Okay, gamers, how we doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I need to drink more coffee. Ah. Matt, thank you so much for the 17 months. I wish these alerts were...
She's just a girl.
Okay, that wasn't
she's
too
on
late.
fire.
That was only a little late. A little tiny bit late.
Quagawooga Quagsire Qua.
That was just satisfying to hear. Quagawooga Quagsire Qua. Is that the official club chant? Thank you so much, Matt, for the 17 months. I appreciate it. CZ, good to see it. Itsukato, Micro, Neverfind, Jbridge, David. I'll pop it in for a second. Good to see you, Micro. Good mouth sounds? I'll show you good mouth sounds. I don't know what that means. Feel free to fill in that blank. So, running the featured Chaos Chamber is a lot of fun. I've been doing it. I've been doing it fast. Not like super fast, but I got a 638, which, you know, I'm kind of proud of that. So I want to flex more Clawbringer. Hopefully go for a sub 630 if I can manage. I don't think sub 6 is gonna happen, but
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
No me Matt Quagawooga Quagsire Qua.
very nice. Love to hear it. Control, thank you for the 17 months. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Thank you so much. How's the weather today? It's kind of chilly. Looks like it's gonna rain soon, which is kind of a bummer. It's been like better lately, but not today, I suppose. Not today.
She's just a girl.
Hey Wolfie, how you doing?
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Quag Wave.
Hey Reckless Monster, thank you so much for the 9 months. I appreciate it. Means a lot. You guys are... What was today? Why is everyone resubbing today? What happened on this day? But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey Chaotic Kingsley, been playing Claw since launch. Here to learn what's the way. I got some cool tech for you. Got some cool tech. It's the kind of stuff that... It's stuff you might have already been doing, but now that you know you're doing it, you can lean into it more. And that's the coolest kind. At least to me. Hey Cheese, how you doing? Is this ankle reveal day or something? Maybe. Might have been. I don't know. Hey ACR, thank you so much for the Prime and the 8 months. I really appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you. I guess we're starting with a hype train. You guys are super generous. Thank you so much. Sneeze while typing. I do that all the time, Matt. Anytime I take a pause at like a weird time, it's because somehow I got a cat hair in my nose. Because these cats shed a lot. But they're too cute. I can't even get mad. It's frustrating. The duality of a crazy cat, man. But Zen, thank you so much for converting from your Prime to a Tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. It doesn't show an alert for that, but I do see it in the chat box. So thank you, Zen. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Oh, there it is. There
you
it
go,
is.
Quack.
Okay. Struggle's real. Cat hair clogs your entire life. It really do be like that. Hey, Brucey, how you doing?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go,
This
Quack.
is just gonna go for a while, isn't it? Alright, so. Let's jump in, and I'll explain, I'll reiterate, rather, for people who might have missed it over the last couple days. The Clawbringer tech that you're gonna see a lot of people pushing with a lot of multi-class combinations. It's this skill right here, Awe. After dealing fire damage, Fatemaker gains increased critical hit damage for a short duration. After dealing lightning damage, Fatemaker gains increased critical hit chance for a short duration. Now, the crit damage works exactly as you'd expect, so nothing to worry about there. But that crit chance is post-add crit chance. So, it means it's a flat value, meaning it's much more valuable than any other boost of that, like, magnitude for crit chance. Which means on crit effects on Clawbringer, a lot more consistent. And there's some cool on crit effects, such as that from Black Powder weapons. And yes, this is a volatile times 25 shotgun. It's a high mag, so this actually isn't perfect parts. But yeah, this is the thing. It's the thing. So you get a lot of ricochets. You don't even need to really aim for headshots. You just get a lot of ricochets. It's good times. Love how everyone I've watched except for you and Laser are having rough times. Claw saying it's no good. Then I come here and it's wrecking. It's one of those things where people heard part of what we said about Claw, like in the first couple days. That being that the skill tree looks like it's got some identity problems. There's some low values, some weird cooldowns, and it's going to take more to get it to work. But that was condensed into Claw bad, buff Claw. Like, maybe there's a couple things that could get nudged, but it's still strong. You just got to figure out how to use it. Now seen 2 volatile headcanons with no enchant yet? Oh no. Oh no. I just want my last rites with enchant, cheese. I just want that. Hey Blues, thank you so much for the year. The 1 year. Alert will show up eventually.
Now the fun begins.
What stats do you recommend for Clawbringer? Crit damage is the biggest one. Crit damage.
Hey Quag, I am glad to catch you live and hope Wonderlands is treating you well. Also, I hope you are doing well personally too. Thanks for the content, dude.
Oh, you really thought you were going to win, didn't you? My guy.
Thank you so much, Blues, for the kind words. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Continued support means a lot, and time is weird. Every time a 1 year sub pops up, I'm like, what year is it? I never know. This is my first run of the day, so my aim is especially shit. Feel free to roast me. I accidentally picked up a green doggone. Hey, he just got to 20 and trying to figure out the best build to play with. The cool thing about games like this is that there is no best build. There will be maybe builds that are more suited to your personal playstyle, builds that lean into mechanics that you enjoy. Choo choo, thank you guys so much for the hype train. I appreciate it. But there's no such thing as best. Because one, best is a bit of a subjective term, because it could be, okay, what's best for you? Is it least effort? Is it highest damage number? Is it highest actual effective DPS? Is it a certain type of damage delivery, like best for guns, best for melee, etc.? It's too broad a term. So, go for a concept you like. Do you want to play a super aggressive gun build? Do you want to play a pet build? Do you want a combination of those? Do you want melee? You want spells? You want ability-based? If you want ability-based, which ability? Etc., etc.
Yo.
Mr. Adblock, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Great to see you as always. Once again, thank you for all your generosity over the, I can almost say years now. Crazy. Thank you. I can say years. It's been over 1. Hey Mahoney, how you doing? Good to see you. What do you think of the Loot Enemies event? I don't notice much more of a chance to get any. Honestly, Simple Rye, I haven't even been out there. I live in the Chaos Chamber, so like, yeah, I haven't even tested. I have no idea. Yeah, that was totally the ricochets that cleared the enemies behind me. Funny how that works out. No one still needs Wonderlands? I can't think of anyone I know personally right now. This is a fun one. The drill sniper rifle. Sometimes I love just throwing that out while I mob. Go. What are you trying to get from the bunnies? A few things. I want a joint training with Clawbringer power, fire damage. I want a lot of different armors. A lot of different armors. Skulldugger pistols with high melee boosts. High projectile count towards sticky shotguns. A poison elements ×3 Ludite. There's a lot of stuff I'm after. So pretty much depending on what I get will affect what I roll for. I think I'm gonna prioritize amulets for a while though. Hey Sean, does the Clawbringer initial hammer hit proc something like the Banshee special effect? Sorry for the spam. No spam, nothing to worry about. It does not. So hilt mod effects only trigger from hits with the actual like melee swing. So the way I like to explain it is, think of it like amp effects. Amp effects apply only to shots that exit the barrel of the gun, whereas hilt mod effects only apply to effects that come from you swinging and connecting with the weapon. In the case of the Ragnarok and Fatebreaker and Mage Staff, you don't need to connect, but that's because it's part of the swing. I think I have the wrong enchant shield on. I was like, why is my damage weird right now? I'm missing damage. It's the warm-up run, though. How many headcanons do you think I need to see to confirm can't be anointed? I'd say get a sample size of, like, 20. 20 seems reasonable there. But the Echo will proc it too? No. Echo is a hilt modifier. So you need to actually physically swing your melee weapon. Not your hammer throw, your melee weapon. Already past 20? Uh-oh. Skeep, come back here. Thank you. So black powder shotguns did get a buff yesterday. So the one I'm using right now did get a nice little bump. This game worth it, looks alright. I love this game so far, High Void. It's been out for 2 weeks, and I have 10 days playtime in it. 10 days. So, that tells you what I think about it. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of C4. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ooh, new armor color. I didn't have that one yet. Start with the features, acting like it's my tutorial mission. Nah. It's all super slow warm-up run. But it's fine. It's fine. And thank you for the 5 gifted as well, Mr. Adblock. Total of 249. Thank you so much. Got a 631 feature with Claw Stawa. Pretty happy. He's only aiming for sub 7. Nice. My best right now is 638. I was only aiming for sub 7 as well. So, as I wake up and remember how to play video games and stop goofing around with weapons, maybe we'll be able to get a good run. Is there typical nonsense with gun crit modifiers affecting the crits of other things? I believe so. Been testing to see which unique quest items can be enchanted. So far I found 14 items that can and 12 that can't. Still need to test the rest of them, still need to find them first. That's useful information, Reckless Monster. Do you have that documented anywhere, by any chance?
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Morning, Archimedes Shadow. How you doing? A scary thing about time is it's like a snowball rolling down a hill. It just gets faster as it goes further. True. Aging is weird. This is the best Borderlands game at launch. I like to be a little pedantic and point out it's not a Borderlands game, and that's a strength. But in terms of, you know, the lands games, yeah, I'd say this one has the most solid launch by far. By far. Really need to get a good pickaxe with Echo. Yeah, I prefer Ancient and Archmage on my pickaxes for, like, cooldown cheese purposes, but yeah. Got a Skeep with Loot Luck up my first chamber run ever, still haven't swapped it out. Skeep is a long-term item.
She's on fire.
Long-term. I'm using one right now just because it got good passives. Like Chaotic, Fire Damage, Clawbringer Power, All Damage Dealt, Status Damage. I want these passives. I want everything about this just on a joint training instead of a Skeep. It just hasn't happened for me yet. Is it a Borderlands game? Has a different name, but it's a Borderlands game. See, that's why I said I like to be a little pedantic about it, because, you know, legally it's a separate IP, and they made that decision for a reason. And the reason they did that is so that they could do things that people would respond, but Borderlands has always done that. And it's like, yeah, exactly. That's why this game doesn't call itself Borderlands, because share some DNA, it's a different thing. A good comparison is FromSoft games, you know, like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, all very similar, but there are some significant departures. For example, Sekiro is not very much like Dark Souls when you look at every other FromSoft game. Same core DNA, but there's departures. And if they had called it a Dark Souls game, people have been like, this isn't like the other ones. You get it? So I think it was a good call to not call it Borderlands, even though gameplay-wise, same core stuff, just with twists.
Somebody looking at us?
Dark Souls and Bloodborne in the same universe? That's debatable. Actually, that's hotly debated in the community. So, I can't give a definitive answer to that. Funny you mentioned that one. But to answer, this, in terms of, this is a universe inside of another universe. So, maybe. We are playing as a character of a character in a game. The waters are muddied enough that, I think it's safe to call it its own thing. Absolutely connected. And there's been other examples of series that are kind of connected like that. Like, I believe the Nier series is actually an offshoot of the Drakengard series, which no one's heard of Drakengard in 2022, but basically it's a franchise that started in another franchise, and, like, yeah, timeline-wise they're connected, but now they're just kind of completely doing their own things. I have? There you go, Mayonnaise has. Kevin, what are you doing? Okay, so that was a bust. This is a good thing for Borderlands series since they can mess with things they wouldn't dare in BO4 or whatever. Right, they can try out things that fans would riot if they put it in a main series game. They can shake up the formula in core ways, like this multi-classing thing is something we've never had before. And it would have felt a little out of place if they had done this in like a main Borderlands game, you know? At least in my opinion. Like Wonderlands is literally a game within the Borderlands universe? Yeah, from a narrative perspective, yeah. I'm down to never return to the Borderlands. I'll play B&B with Tina until I die of old age. I'd like if we got more of both going forward. You know, I really like the vibe of Wonderlands for sure. I am also a Borderlands fan. In terms of narrative structure, I definitely prefer this. But in terms of gameplay, I like both. So I'd love to continue to have both going forward if we can. Been up all night taking an image of Whirlpool Galaxy before I go to bed. Would you like to see it? Sure thing. Always a pleasure. I'm trying to put together a Stabbo, Spore Ward, and Ricochet build using a Cursed Wit. Just not feeling it. Any suggestions of what I should try?
I believe there's a Kevin.
I'd say try out a Body Rune, because Cursed Wit is really good potential damage, but it's hard to maintain uptime on Cursed Wit if you're not a spell shot or using Selective Amnesia. So I would say Body Rune, because if you've killed anything, it's giving you damage, but when you kill anything, it also heals you. Body Rune is just a great general use ward to have. It's almost always going to do something for you. The only time Body Rune doesn't help you is when there's a single target and you never kill anything in the fight except for that single target. That is the only time Body Rune's not helping. Ava D&D game, I would play it because I don't define my internet personality by hating fictional children for being childish. Just a thought. Quagbringer build time. Hey, Rapid Fire, how you doing? Mr. Adblock, I don't know. I think that might be too cursed. I don't think I can tweet that one. I don't know about that one. Let me look at this. That is a beautiful, beautiful picture, ACR. As always, you got a real talent there. I'm sure people have told you that, but like, it looks good. Good job. Quagbringer with the Quagsire companion. Now I want this more than I could ever imagine. Love it in BO4. The endgame is a B&B campaign with the cast of the game is a nice bow to wrap it all up. See, that's the kind of thing that I'm glad they give those things their own space. Because it gives them room to breathe, and it cuts off, it tears out the complaints at the root of people being like, but this isn't core Borderlands, this isn't true Borderlands. Like, yeah, exactly, that's why it's over here.
Now then, what's the most
I like that a lot.
build I can make?
You know, what was that Calamity? No. There's a certain kind of Calamity I'm kind of keeping an eye out for. Is it worth farming all loot dice? I would say if you're the kind of person who you make endgame builds by farming bosses for dedicated drops rather than doing Chaos Chamber, if that's the kind of player you are, then yes, farming loot dice is going to be worth it for you. If you're someone who just vibes and plays the Chaos Chamber, it's not really going to matter too much. And if you're someone who just does playthroughs, like multiple playthroughs, it's also not going to affect you too much.
The badass has been beat! All according to plan.
Like, I don't dedicated farm. Ever in this game. I've attempted like twice and been unsuccessful both times. I just do not dedicated farm items. It is not a gameplay loop I have ever enjoyed in the Borderlands series, so I don't do it in Wonderlands. And the Chaos Chamber gives me a very solid alternative. Difference between elemental damage, status effect damage. Status effect damage is... So, you know how you sometimes place a lingering effect? Like, using a fire gun can light an enemy on fire? Well, that lingering damage is the status effect damage. Elemental damage is just any damage number that has an element associated. So that's like anything that's not a white damage number. White damage numbers are non-elemental. The light blue are your frost, the dark blue are your shock, etc. See, this is a case of enemy density would not solve this map. Enemy AI would solve the awkwardness on this map. Dedicated farmers heard it right now because of loot luck bug anyway. Even so, it's not that hard to get around that loot luck bug, honestly, Chester. It just takes like an extra couple seconds on every cycle. But even getting around that, it's just so much worse than the Chaos Chamber, and that's not because it's bad, that's because the Chaos Chamber is good. At least in my view. I've just never cared for the idea of, hey, this game has this rich gameplay and economy of item effects and build options, and it's just got a lot of personality to it. Let's replace that with farming one enemy for hours at a time and resetting the gameplay constantly, pulling myself out of it. I've never cared for that. I do not like it, so I personally just don't care about the state of dedicated farming, whatever state it's in, ever. As long as it's something you feasibly can do as a gearing option, I do not care about it beyond that. And you can dedicated farm to gear up in this game, so I don't care about it beyond that. It works, so that's it. That's just my view. Loot luck bug is visually Mox to Gearbox confirmed that. Which loot luck bug? Because there's several. There's more than one? Yes. Isn't our bark bunny significantly affected by loot luck? Everything is. Everything is. Just the bunnies also have their own rates and such. And they're just more generous. The bunnies at base are just more generous than the dedicated drop sources. Loot luck also helps there, but like they're also just more generous. And plus, you can filter what the bunnies give you. You'll never go to an SMG bunny and get a shotgun. Whereas if you go to a boss that drops an SMG you want, you can get nothing at all. Like, you always get something from a bunny. You always get something. Might not be the exact thing you want, but it will at least be of the item type that you want.
You can't be serious. This is my competition.
Guess I take nasty spill. Oof. This featured run is really good, except for this room. Because mimics, I don't know, mimics are weird. Sometimes they're just like, I choose not to take damage. Other times they're like, yeah, I'll take damage. See, like this Babby mimic, like, it just doesn't take damage. Now, I know loot enemies you have to melee, but sometimes you don't have to melee Babby mimics. Sometimes. This time I seem to have to. Immune! Hey soccer chick, how you doing? Visual or not, they need to fix it. That's the kind of thing that I would not expect outside of a patch. Loot luck related things. And we've not yet had a patch. They've explained their update model. The smaller, more frequent updates are the hotfixes, same as Borderlands 3. And the bigger ones are going to be in more infrequent patches. There's a quartz I could use to clear this room faster as well. I did just get a bad configuration of mimics in this run. So featured runs are not 100% fixed, just so everyone knows. Starting spawn locations of enemies vary. Distribution of enemies within the selected seed does vary. What little shrine buffs there are around, that varies. There is still some variance here. It's just you get the same core experience with featured runs. Live a dream, 2 hours of sleep. Go to sleep this instant, or else. I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm just going to stare very awkwardly at the camera and make the entirety of chat uncomfortable. Is that what you want? Yeah, that's probably what you want. Hey LGD, how you doing? Seems like the headcanon is a no for enchants. Sad about it. Sad about it. Chaotic Spellblade. Warrior hilt and a bad enchant. No thank you. Also last rites, double pain. Suffering, sadness. So it's a joint training. Fire damage. Berserker. It was so close. We were so close to greatness. Hey Loki Legend, how are you? That's awkward. Nothing to worry about, Musk. We've all done that. Fire damage Spore Warden Skeep with all damage. It's trying. Like 7 cents all over again. Yeah, I suppose I'll just bury my dream of last rites enchanted underneath this ×25 shotgun. You know last rites have a volatile? I have a volatile. We're trying to get enchanted last rites. Some quest rewards are enchantable, some are not. And we are figuring out which are which. As a community. Cheese has been doing some testing, Reckless Monster's been doing some testing, lots of others as well. Testing is ongoing. This is a takeaway. Morning, Urban Mech. Yakumers, how you doing? What if they'll release a patch for the DLC, or wait and see if the DLC needs anything? I feel like the DLC is going to require a patch, because, you know, it's something we're going to have to download, so... it seems like a safe bet. So, like, what's the point of this item? Plus 25% damage while in Weak Wild Dankness. What's the point? Commission rewards drop from the bunnies? No. Hey Moiki, how you doing? Only playing Weep Wild. top 0.1% Weep Wild Gaming. So, this is a fun gun. I like this. I happen to get a volatile drop with this, and it is bricked, unfortunately. But at least it's a somewhat usable enchant. But it's kind of like a lump meets an ASMD in BL3 terms. It's cool. I like it a lot. I was wearing the wrong body rune. Yeah, that'll work out a little better. Daryl's ASMD, yeah. Hope you're doing well, just farmed a good joint training, RNG being RNG. Yo, same boat. Joint training is the end goal for the amulet slot for this build.
Your open buffoonery was no match for my wit, skill, and
But the amulet bunny is not very kind. Yo, spawns? Hello? You. So what does it do? What does what do? Loot goblin. Oh, thank you. You're gonna eat spawns, though. Ah, I shouldn't have stood next to that barrel.
had you worried, didn't I?
Go away. RNG Bugs Bunny's a fickle god. True, Black Panther. True. Fish Lab melee weapon? Yeah, Prime Poo. That is what I'm using at the moment. You slamming salmon.
I just saved you from a lifetime of embarrassing yourself. You're welcome. Oh.
Black Powder's booming. Yeah, Black Powder shotgun's doing pretty well. They were pretty okay before. They maybe didn't need as big of a buff as they got, but I don't think that really causes any balance issues on its own. Now, it could set a bad precedent, but, like, in terms of what got really notably stronger from this change, it's these times 25s and Rain of Arrows. And the 25s still suck at bossing compared to other choices. And Rain of Arrows is still super gimmicky, and, like, I feel like it should be good. So, eh. 656 on run 2. Let's go, Zen. I'm awake. Hey, New Mexican, how are you?
Did you bring me anything? No. Fine. Your smile is all right. My spell's ready.
Yeah, I'm missing out on a bunch of damage from not having that joint training. I suppose I should test to see if that joint training works out to more damage than the skeep. Probably does. Because I have like a subpar joint training. Might just use it anyway. How do shotguns feel post-buff? About the percentage better that they were buffed by. They feel good. I've only used, in terms of the shotguns that were affected, I've only used this times 25 and my last rights, and they both just feel better. They were already killing things, and now they're just a bit better at killing things. I already had these guns. Didn't create like a new top tier or anything, it just made these already attractive options more attractive. That's all. You're still not going to mob as quickly with one of these as you are with a fragment rain or a liquid cooling. But it's a choice you can make. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. Just flies away through the wall. Beautiful. Hey, homie Data, how you doing? Liquid cooling you nerfs as a community just need to try new guns. Community needs to try new guns, Petronkus. Liquid cooling's good. It's really good. But you see a few incorrect statements around it. People will be like, man, nothing compares to liquid cooling. That's straight up not true. Liquid cooling also has several barriers of entry. One, you need to crit, or else it's just fine. Now, sure, you can stack a lot of crit chance, but A, that requires either gear or specific class combinations, or a specific choice of action skill, or a specific enemy type. So it is still ultimately situational. B, liquid cooling chugs your ammo. That is not relevant in most scenarios, but if you were to do a run using only the liquid cooling, and you don't have your SDUs purchased yet, what are you going to do in room 4 when you're out of bullets? Ammo regen is in much shorter supply in this game than, say, Borderlands 3. Additionally, even without those things, once again, there are things that out-DPS liquid cooling situationally. Torg stickies of several varieties out-DPS liquid cooling, depending on the target. Certain spell-based setups will just opt to one-shot things rather than, you know, burst them down with liquid cooling, or eat them over time with liquid cooling. Melee setups have no use for liquid cooling beyond it being a second wind gun. Spore Ward and bow setups, you want something you can actually reload for that enchant. It's not this universal thing people make it out to be. It's just a good option, a very good option. But I'd like to remind people that for about the first 2 days of the game, I was one of the people saying, hey, have you tried the liquid cooling? When there were many, many people saying things like, yeah, you need a Spriggan or a Nightshade to do good DPS in this game. Everything else feels weak. All of the legendaries are bad. Buff all the legendaries. People were saying stuff like that, and it's like, hang on, did you experiment? And the answer to that is almost always not enough. I could see ammo regen on the last gasp. I don't actually know the value. I do not know the value. Boss damage is ass, so I plan to use liquid cooling for them. Seem to only be able to build for mobbing. Bossing is largely choice of action skill in this game. I've noticed a lot. Like my... That's high damage. My... Berserker Graveborn was having serious bossing issues until I switched to Reaper of Bones, and then I was like, oh yeah, this is sick. My problem's getting Sword enchants. Getting any class-specific enchant right now is oof. Okay, I'm not gonna get any legendaries from this run, am I? Sometimes I feel like the game knows when it dropped you a bunch during the run, and just doesn't give you any at the end. They don't remember that quite, but Pepperidge Farm remembers. It do be like that sometimes. Okay, no legendaries from this run. That's cool. What was the armor I picked up? Meh. Meh. On Claw Spore, what action skill would fix my bossing? I use Hammer Spam for enchants and to apply Wrath of Nature. Claw Spore. I mean, there's always using Barrage to get access to that Spore Warden enchant. That's some really good damage. That would help a lot against a lot of things.
Welcome back, my cranial companion.
Like the ammo regen's 10%. 10% compared to the other ammo regen sources is actually pretty significant. Like, it's what, 1% per point for the Spore Warden skill? 10 from Last Gasp is, significant. Problem is, if you're using a Last Gasp, it's now competing with the Ward slot, which, you know, you've got Body Ruin there, you've got Cursed Wit there. Like, that's a slot you don't want to compete in.
Out of my way! Out of my way! You're looking at me, you ain't
There are documents somewhere can outline all the different formulas for companions. That kind of testing and stuff is ongoing, homie data, but we do have the Discord, !Discord, with a resources channel and a discussion channel and a theory crafting channel, where all of this kind of stuff is ongoing. Took me 55 to 60 minutes to get the Spore Barrage enchantment on liquid cooling. Oof. Yeah, character-specific enchants being weighted against you is an interesting decision. Yeah, this is the enchant I was talking about, Cheese. I'm sure you know, but for everyone else who might not. Let's go back to the joint training. I was having faster runs with that. It's a dark magic element one, so not ideal, but maybe I could switch this one over to... Let's see. Ash Skulls start, elemental damage, fire damage there. Do I just put frost damage there? I guess I wear the frost damage one to boost up the liquid cooling itself. Yeah, okay. All my elements covered, except lightning really, but lightning is just a couple of my things. Myth rank 301. Hey Glenny, how you doing? How you liking the game so far? Hey Pris. They're weighted against you? Yes. Class-specific enchants are less common than others. Different enchants have different odds. Game fun? I'm glad you're liking it.
Enter the chaos. This is a bloody detailed map. Call the town crier. I'm up.
Some pixies can proc blast gas, as far as I can tell, which is massive damage. Yeah, inferior stuff just gets so much formula. They counter so many different types of damage. It's kind of crazy. Ow.
Found some of the red stuff.
So, a bug I've been able to replicate. If you throw your hammer while you're swapping weapons, you don't have the ability to recall your hammer. It's not a huge deal, it's just kind of annoying. So, like, don't throw your hammer while swapping weapons. Never getting stuck is great too. Yeah. At least if it gets stuck, you can run into it and pick it up. That's a nice little quality of life thing. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, you can skip pigwork phases by one-tapping him with enough damage. I like using Echo for that. You can build up Echo off the ads and then bonk them to skip phases. Saves a lot of time. Crazy one phase of pigwork today with Masterwork Hambo, Ricochet Go Burr. Let's go. Still haven't quite figured out how to force zombie AI to cooperate on this map. It just kind of doesn't like to. Work in progress, I suppose. Hey Remy, how you doing? You know how many DLC they plan for this game? The Season Pass includes 4. We do not know if they plan to do more than 4, but we know we will be getting at least 4. good room.
Finally, that cooldown took ages.
That's rude. Yeah, it was okay. Better than I thought it was, but 643. That's not my best. My best is 638. I had a really good mimic room, and then that parasite was just kind of like terrible. Oh well. Still, sub 7's okay. Yeah, sub 7's okay. I gotta figure out the zombie room. That's where my biggest time loss is. Chaotic Calamity. Those skills aren't very inspiring, gonna be honest. It did roll gun damage, though. I'll think about it. Not a bad ice spike. What was the armor I picked up? This one. Ah, just another one of these. Gross. So yeah, something you could do build-wise that I've been kind of thinking about is building for like actual gun auto crits, like 100% chance for on crit effects. Frost damage Graveborn. Take that, could be okay. And the advantage of getting that crit chance without using from the shadows is that you would then be able to use something else action skill wise to boost your guns, such as Reaper of Bones. And that would let you do things like, if you're able to barrel stuff enemies with a handbow, you could just spam the handbow for some very competitive single target DPS. You could guarantee that you get all the ricochets on this times 25 shotgun. You could, you know, liquid cooling's already easy to sustain, but you get the idea. On crit effects. This one only does the lightning bolt on crit, right? So, that too. It's an okay run. We can go faster, though. Let me make sure all my shit's set up correct. Going for a sub 630, if I can manage it. Not too stressed about it, though. Notice bugginess with Berserkers and Rage. Runs out, action skills are active for me. If the action skill you're referring to is Reaper of Bones, then that is a Reaper of Bones issue. That one is known. But if it's happening with other action skills, I would certainly like to know which ones.
You can't be serious. This is my competition. Next time, learn to pick an easier mark. What a kill! I'm so proud of you.
Is Reaper Bones Gladstone? Yeah, the way Reaper Bones works is it starts and ends. It's not actually active while it's active. Because it doesn't have a duration in the traditional sense. It is, its duration is your health bar. So, its action skills end as soon as you start them with Reaper. So, like, that could be useful for some enchants. It does increase your theoretical burst damage with certain enchant options on Reaper. Could be fun to build around. But you don't actually lose out on the effects of action skill active enchants currently, because those aren't even action skill active, they're action skill start. So you don't lose anything currently except for potential and rage uptime with how Reaper works. But you can also extend your enrage duration through Blood Frenzy, and that's what I do on my Reaper of Bone setup. A Heiser crit chance now. I'm getting the 33 flat from Awe. And that's on top of, I want to say my crit chance for most things right now is like 8%. I know on spells it's a bit higher because of my gear. Why are you up there? Why do you always go up there? And then you hide from me. That one Wyvern Bomber has just killed so many of my runs. Because now I'm in Time Lost City waiting for enemies to actually come to me. Awkward. Also, I picked something up that I didn't want to pick up. Oh, there goes the bitrate. Do action skill active enchants and if when you swap weapons? If they're on the weapon, yes. I hit the wrong enemy. Awkward. That was a terrible pigwort. Claw crit chance and skill tree and spore crit chance and tree might be spicy. So the spore crit chance is not the same kind of crit chance. The spore warden crit chance skill is actually really, really low value compared to many others. It's like, it's what, 10% companion and gun crit chance per point? Well, that crit chance is the multiplicative kind that goes into the normal area of the formula. And it's just kind of like, okay, 10% more? For reference, is 10% more of your base 5%. So like, what's 10% of 5? Not much. Played around with the other Ice Spike variations. The Storm ones are pretty good. It's easy. The ranged delivery ones though, as a whole, I haven't switched over to them on this because there's a travel time. I like the Impaling one. Not necessarily because of the damage or the, I suppose, bug reason a lot of people are using it. I like it because it's instant delivery. The other ones do have a travel time, and that can be annoying sometimes. But the Storm ones are pretty good. Nice bit of lingering damage. There might be some potential there for some craziness, depending on how it treats the ticks. Spell Sniper worth getting for spell weaving? Remind me what Spell Sniper does? used my hammer at a bad time. That's fine.
You must be lost. Let me show you the way out.
Actually reloaded a liquid cooling. My heart.
Back in business.
Crit chance for spells. Depends on if you need other things from the tree more. There's some spells I could see it being really good on. There's some where I ultimately wouldn't really care too much. That's going to be a setup dependent thing. That was a mediocre run. 713? Yeah. Hey Sora, how you doing? So what random item did I pick up on this run? Ooh, cosmetic. Let's play the angles work with Livewire and White Death. White Rider. Livewire and White Rider, probably not, based on how Ricochet skills worked in previous games, but I've not tested to confirm. But unlikely that Play the Angles works with those. Laser's talking 65%-ish, maybe it's close enough. Possible just on passes, not 100%, but enough. So with the crit calc, if you look at crit chance here, I've currently got 48% spell crit chance. Now, none of these values showing here include Clawbringer's Awe skill. So add 33% to all of these when Awe is active. So that does put me over 80% crit chance. And I could get more points in Awe from my armor. You can get up to 6 out of 3 Awe without assistance from Butt Stallion. Do I have extra points in Awe from Butt Stallion right now? I don't. Cool. Good test. So I do still have 33%. So let's hypothetically say I had that 66%. Well, that is auto crit spells here. In terms of guns, that is over 70%. And I don't have gun crit from my tree or from my rings. I'm not really built for crit chance. And remember, there's also certain weapons that have inherent gun crit increases. I might not have one on me, but I know the Crossblade has 150% gun crit chance on it. So it shouldn't be too hard to get certain weapons to that point. It's cool on your hammer if you call it back right away. About 7 seconds. 6, 7 seconds. Their cap on spell or actual skill cooldown rate? No. But remember, you do get diminishing value from stacking that. Not diminishing returns, diminishing value. There is a distinction. Try the Queen's Cry yet? Yeah, I like the Queen's Cry. I like the taser, because it's got a large mag for its underbarrel. So you can apply a bunch of the taser from the Queen's Cry, and that's a lot of damage ticks of the lightning element. And some setups have trouble getting good sources of lightning damage. Does a volatile liquid cooling? Yes. I have a volatile ×2 liquid cooling. Not max damage, but a good one. Do I need a Queen's Cry? I want to see how good it is for my dot setup. It could apply a lot of dots for it, yeah. Got that from Chaos or Solissa. I do not dedicated farm. So any gear that you see me using, either it was traded to me, or I got it from Chaos Chamber. I do not dedicated farm. I do not like that system. So I don't do it. Unless I happen to get Lycia in a Chaos Chamber run, and then got it from her. But, yeah, I don't dedicated farm. It's not my thing. You have cooldown on your tree? I do not. I might have some on one of my rings. Nope, I don't. Do not. I don't have cooldown anywhere, Cheese. It's just that fast if you instantly recall hammer. Queen Sky crit spawn meteors do spell damage? Yeah. How do you get Queen Sky to do a lot of damage? Either that, or you use the taser, and you hit things with the taser. Way overvalued cooldown then. Thank you. You're very welcome. Yeah, cooldown on Clawbringer, unless you're using Cleansing Flames, which, like, don't. Although I do want to mess around with the enchant that heals you and teammates when you use Cleansing Flames. Like, what if you just use that to heal yourself and no one else? Could be funny. But yeah, unless you're using Cleansing Flames, you don't need cooldown at all. Storm Dragon's Judgment does not require cooldown unless you want to let it sit out there for a while. Which, like, don't. But
You have to do better than that. Nicely done. Falling on!
that was faster. You know if the hammer can proc ability damage for Wrath Ammunition before landing? That I don't know. I have Spore Capstone, and Storm Smite definitely is ability damage that does the thing, so I do not know. Another fast room, okay. Yeah, drills really helps for clearing these rooms. No, I didn't have Echo built up. Little pig wart.
Oh, you really thought you were going to win, didn't you?
After Chaos 20, it's better to do feature extended runs. Depends on what the featured run is at the moment. Currently, this featured run is very short, and it has access to multiple raid bosses, so there's a lot of value in the current featured run. It's a lot better than the last featured run. But extended runs are more potential crystals, because it's just, you know, more happening. But this feature run is pretty good, so I don't think you're missing out by doing this feature run versus doing an extended run. No, spawn somewhere where I can shoot you. And these zombies hiding pisses me off. Thank you for the 100-bit soccer check, I appreciate it. I should have moved away there. Me make bad choices, me lose time. What Silent Blessings do? They increase your skill tree abilities. So it's like 3 skill points. That was a pretty good run. 617. Ooh, that's a new PB for me. 617. Let's go, chat. That's with me fucking up the Mimic Room. Hey, Ultra Christy. Fallen in Love is forward, and the classes in this game feel so good. What's the point of making portals elite? Any strategy in making them all elite? Try to make any obelisk rooms elite. Go for so every third room, I usually try to make that one elite if I'm farming crystals, because you fight a lot of adds in those rooms, and the room only ends when you kill the boss. So adds dying gives you more crystals in an elite room, so that's an advantage. And without one-shot pigwort, yeah, there was a slow pigwort and a slow mimic room. 617. Long time no see, how you doing? I'm doing well, TSG. How are you? Sway all day. Had a run today where I had 12 out of 5 potent poisons. I've had 9 out of 3 awe. And that is 99% flat crit chance. Kind of extra, but funny. Where in the indicated maps does the optional opportunities event happen? I do not know what that even is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. 3 overcharged realm moves took 90 minutes, they only got to 75. That's pain, Viper. Pain. Is there a competition going on? Not really. Not a formal one, Soccer Chick. Just, Lazy had a 628 that I wanted to beat, and I did. I'm sure he'll beat this, but you know, he's got his fragment range strats that he wasn't using yet on that, so. Mesa sent it, let's go. Yo, Rune, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Rune, look at the time, 6:17. It's the hotfix event? Ah, the event. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't tested that out yet. I have not tested the event.
Quag goated bits.
Thank you for the 100-bit Saga chick, I appreciate it. Claw bad Sayers, everyone said flat bad because Gorillas just got nerfed. It's Claw is on paper. Claw is like, what is happening here? But in practice, the way Claw works out is it's much better in practice than in theory. Let me screenshot this. I'm gonna just tweet this one out.
It's good every now and then to just take a moment of quiet introspection. Really look inside yourself. Oh, wow. Sorry. Hadn't
Quather bits
introspected
indeed.
in a while. I forgot how beautiful I am on the inside, too. This was nice.
There we go. I think they'll increase mob density if I find myself running around looking for enemies. A lot of those instances could be solved by increasing enemy aggression. Linnatus Gaming. For example, zombies like to run away from you instead of towards you. Goblins sometimes do it too. Crabs sometimes just burrow in the ground instead of seeking you out. If those enemy types were made more aggressive, it would have the same result. And increasing mob density would throw other things into whack, like Berserker Capstone gets stronger if you do that. Crystal values get thrown off if you do that, like crystal acquisition rates. I think enemy aggression should be something they home in on. Thank you for the 300 bits, Rapid Fire. I appreciate it. Got an augment with Surety plus Last Resort. That's crazy, Viper. From what I've seen, every class seems at least somewhat viable. That's thunder. Did that come through the mic? Damn, it looks terrible out there. That is probably why I dropped so many frames today. Yeah, weather here has not been good while I've been streaming. That did come through the mic? Oh, well, yeah. That's what's happening. Yeah, every combination is viable, Ultra Christie. Every combination. Gonna attempt the sleep thing, have a good stream. Thanks, Cheese, I appreciate it. And I hope you get good rest. Definitely more conditions where Cursewood stops working, aside from removing and re-equipping while depleted. I've heard Cursewood is, wonky. Thank you for the 30 bits, Blues. I appreciate it. It's an arc torrent with an extra projectile. I've been wanting to get a channel cast arc torrent, like the standard one most people are using, but with more projectiles, because that's a crazy amount of damage, because each one hits more than once. So that's just really good damage distribution. You could make an arc torrent good for mobbing with projectile parts. When can we see the spell shot ambidextrous rack stab build? I haven't gotten a good rack. It's a chaotic joint training, but it's fucking Stabbomancer power poison damage. I want fire damage Clawbringer. Yeah, this weather's really bad, chat. I'm kind of scared a little bit. I'm on the second floor, so when shit gets like this, I'm like, Neighbors on two sides have had trees come through their houses before, so I'm like, Oh well. Speedruns wait for no one. If I die, I die.
My spell's ready.
Hey, Reparation, how you doing? Speed of Rackstab, do we have OP non-gun builds yet? Lots. Lots and lots and lots. Lots of build options.
Come along now, my little ember.
You have entered the bone zone.
There's a couple spell setups that one-shot things. There's a couple melee setups that do some crazy things. Companions are nuts in this game. Tree falling in your house is time lost. That's debatable. A lesser gamer than I might stop playing. Not me. Please, Tree, do not listen to the shit I'm talking. That is not permission to fall on me.
Come on, have some fun. Enter the chaos.
We'll do no altars this time. My fucking cryoed. What even cryoed me?
Am I crazy, or is it really impressive that I do?
Why am I dying? I swear, I sometimes don't even know what's happening in this game. Where are the enemies? Spell using? I'm using an Impaling Ice Spike. Oh, don't switch modes. Oh, there's just no enemies in this half of the map. That's what that means. See, goblins just don't come towards you. The imps will. The goblins just kind of vibe. Yeah, slow room. I'll check enemies. Awkward. Still take that pickaxe. Does anyone ever know what's going on in Borderlands? I thought it was all rainbow beams, particle effects. You have a point. You have a point.
Hope you finished your bucket list.
No, that's the wrong one. Oh well. Hey Ivan, how you doing? Oh, I bugged my hammer. Awkward. No, that's the wrong enemy. Melee lunge, why did you do this to me? I've never done anything to anyone except for these enemies that I've been bullying.
Did you bring me anything? No.
Got a gluttony, yes.
Fine. Your smile is all I need.
This should be.
What's your opinion on Wonderlands? Best Borderlands to date? I like to be pedantic and call it not Borderlands. But yeah, it's the best of the Lands games at launch, in my opinion. Most solid launch for sure.
Heads up, you've got company.
you know, Wonderland's version of Know You. It'll happen. Damage formula in this game is pretty cracked, so sure it's doable. Something I've noticed though is not a lot of enemies shoot in this game. Depending on enemy type, sure, some do. Like if you're against goblins or zombies or brigands, yeah, a lot of them shoot. But there's a lot of non-shooty. So like reflect builds, there's just less opportunity. How many hours do you have in Wonderland so far? I have about 10 days. About 10 days played on my, according to my Epic launcher. So that's, what, 240 hours? Now that does not include my pre-launch time from my, the preview build and review build that I was able to play thanks to 2K. So I have, probably about 320 hours in Wonderlands, 320. Something like that. I just took Toothless. That was not intelligent. Hey newbie, how you doing? Need body room. Yeah, I took that before seeing what it was, and I was like, oh, I just took Toothless and murdered my damage. Rip run. Actually painful. I suppose this is a good showcase of how much Awe is doing for us. Because we're critting most of the time. Toothless is just taking most of our damage and throwing it in the bin. So that's the difference here. And that was a pretty okay run till then. Unfortunate. Morning DBZ0, how you doing? Love the Borderlands games. It's Tiny Tina fantasy games. It's quite fun. Still trying to learn combo things, get good builds. It's a huge pit to fall into. A smelly epic fail. And I say that as a positive. Like, there's so many things you can experiment with in this game. The depth of the build variety. I love it. I love it. Literally called Mallow Water. Malon makes the soda cans they use for mounds in this game. Huh. That's really cool. Got a volatile ×3 Ludite? That's crazy. That is nuts. Is it elemental, newbie? Fire? That's nuts. Congrats on that. As long as Gearbox doesn't decide to get nerf happy. Why do people always say that when they never do? They've never actually been nerf happy, ever. In the history of the Lands games. Never did that actually happen. So, like, why freak out about it? Because they've never done it. I don't understand. Can someone explain this to me? As long as they don't decide to get buff happy. Right, that has happened. Amulet Bunny, why do you hate me? What rings you wearing? I've got a volatile mood ring, gun damage, spell crit, melee crit chance, shotgun crit damage. So in practice, only the gun damage is really applying often here. I do occasionally use the shotgun though. The melee crit chance does nothing for me. Spell crit damage is kind of minimal, but I'll take it. And then I have a championship ring with ability crit chance, ability crit damage, dark magic efficiency. Is getting overpowered quite unambiguously part of the whole Borderlands experience? Not inherently. Not inherently. Is it something that has happened a lot of times? Hey, organized COD. Nice. Yeah, it's something that has happened, but it is not an inherent part of the experience. It is not an obligatory thing. And additionally, this is where I come in again and say, this is not Tiny Tina's Borderlands. And that gives them a perfect out to not make that mistake again, if they choose not to. Where's my next point? Archmage. Just want to reprise Hellwalker. I want them to not rehash the same ideas over and over again, because constant reprisal of items leads to things like the sword explosion being terrible in this game, as opposed to new and interesting things. Like, the uniques in this game, almost all of them are just kind of new things. And they all feel fun and distinct. I don't want them to endlessly bring back the same things over and over again. Do that though, Heck Waiter. It doesn't do the sound thing. Also, it's a functionally very different gun. It's bold to assume Gearbox know their own spaghetti code well enough to not break something every time they make a change. It's also kind of funny that people think they can do better. BO3 items coming back would especially be bad because they would quite literally feel exactly the same as they do in BO3. Right. It would just be fuel on the, they just copy-pasted this game fire. And I don't want to hear more things from those people.
Think you can make it?
No, I can't do better at coding these games nuts. I'd be at a loss. Yeah, so that's what I focus on. Like, sure, its bugs can be annoying, but one, this is the least buggy launch they've done. I know, there's some very annoying bugs in the game right now. The UI is a disaster. Sorry. It just is. That's just objective fact. UI is truly frustrating. But This is literally the least buggy launch they've ever done, and the gameplay is amazing. We also have not yet had a single patch. We have had hotfixes, and patches are where the big fixes happen. So I'm reserving judgment and remaining optimistic until we start getting patches. A bit slow, but I'll take it. Think they'll patch the Buffmeister? I hope so. Certainly hope so. Slow pick ward. Why do you hope? Because it is an unbalanced piece of garbage that people do not shut up about, that is preventing people from being willing to experiment with other things in the game, and that is causing people to call for unnecessary buffs, and that causes long-term balance of the game to be destroyed. Buffmeister is stifling people's desire to experiment. Therefore, it needs to go.
For it. Classic hero.
Is it the same with liquid cooling? I think liquid cooling should be reduced. I don't think necessarily gutted in the same way the Buffmeister does, because it's not as much of a problem, but I do think liquid cooling should be reduced. The thing with the liquid cooling, the reason why I'm more resistant in that case is because it is not a catch-all thing. It is not the only thing that does what it does, that purpose being high sustained DPS. There are other guns that provide that. Buffmeister is the only thing that does what it does, and it does too much of that. There are things that compete with the liquid cooling. There are not things that compete with the Buffmeister. No point, just want opinions. I love sharing opinions. Leads to some nice discussion. It was an okay run. 632. I understand bringing back a few pieces of gear from BL3 that have room for improvement wouldn't want Gearbox to make a habit of it. I do not want anything to come back at all. There are some things that I would not complain about coming back for thematic reasons. For example, Sword Explosion kind of feels like it has a place here, although, you know, it proved my other point that it came back and it was worse, so... Unicorn Explosion would be a nice fit for this game. Things like that. Excalibastard is one fans have asked for. Those make sense. But there's people who are like, hey, bring back the Unkempt Herald. I'm like, no. Well, they did, as hair in this game. Unkempt Herald is a hairstyle, but bringing back the same things endlessly is the death of creativity and just causes more bitching from, hell, me too. 10 immune baby mimics in my Chaos Chamber. They won't even take melee damage. They're blocking spawns with other enemies. Yeah, sometimes the mimics just spawn in a weird state that you can't quite damage them. You showed 2 guns that compete with cooling? Absolutely. Absolutely can. Gluttony competes with liquid cooling in terms of DPS. If you get enough reload speed to chuck them quickly enough. The Gluttony competes in DPS with liquid cooling. You have the Masterwork Handbow. Again, if you have an open crit spot, competes with liquid cooling. You have... Do I have one on me right now? I don't know if I have one on me. I don't. But a Ludite. A ×3 Ludite. Torg pistol in sticky mode. Out DPSs the liquid cooling if you can get up to a 7 mag, which is 3 shots before reloading. That out DPSs liquid cooling. ×18 Body Rockers. Out DPS liquid cooling. If you get enough reload speed. So you asked for 2, I gave you a few more. I think Buffmeister's only problem with dual spells due to a bug, or am I wrong? You are incorrect. It is overpowered on its own. That is a full list of the functionality of the Buffmeister, everything it does, and those values are insane. And note that no other sigil spell does those things. It is the only sigil spell that gives you all of those effects. And then it also gives the bonus element. It doesn't need to be doing all that. That's all independent of the bug. Alien ability increased by 50% of your spell damage on a Spellshot Greyborn one. That's promising, but the passes aren't good here. You also farm bosses out of games, or is Chaos Chamber the ending? You can choose to go out to bosses in their normal areas and farm them for drops if you want to. I personally have never found that interesting or engaging, so I'd do the Chaos Chamber. And that's what I like. Chaos Chamber gives me everything I need. How feeling about the busted shotguns? They might have gone a little bit overboard on the black powder one, although I don't think it's a problem with the current weapons around, because it most notably impacts the Rain of Arrows, which is awkward enough that most people are still going to complain that they die to it, and high projectile count kettle drums are the primary things affected. Now these, they were already good in mobbing. Now they're really good in mobbing, but ultimately it did not put them above, like, the peak. There are still things that mob faster than this. They're more on a level playing field. Like, you still mob faster with a liquid cooling. You still mob faster with a fragment rain. You still mob faster with a live wire. Like, they're all still faster. But now this is just good. The Hyperius shotgun buff was well placed. I like that. I don't know if the Farrier one was necessary, but I've not done enough testing to have, like, an educated opinion on that. Joint training. Dark magic. Graveborn. I'm looking for fire damage Clawbringer. Pain. Suffering. Nothing beats loot peeking bunnies, true. The thing I love about the Chaos Chamber is that you get to choose the category of item you're going for. And also, it's heavy on gameplay, light on downtime. You go through all the gameplay, and then you sort through the loot at the end. I like that format a lot. Reminds me a lot of Slaughter Shaft in Borderlands 3, where you go through your waves and you can sort through all the cool loot on the ground at the end. No load screens to deal with in the middle of your farming process. Just play the game, then check your loot. I like that format.
Ah, fucking cast again!
Okay, I've been Captain Moon Orbs for a while. Do I have anything I want to reroll, honestly? I wish I could get a better enchant on this Drill's Fury. This is really nice for room clears. It's really nice. Remember you compared save quit farming to slot machines, so it makes you like loot bunnies when they are literally slot machines? Because you went through several minutes of gameplay to get there, Bung Guns. You went through several minutes of gameplay to get there, whereas with save quit farming, there's no gameplay at all. It's, you load in, you run to enemy, you delete them off the face of the earth in like a couple seconds, after only interacting with that one enemy, and then you check loot, then you go to your load screen. That's less gameplay than Chaos Chambers being several minutes of gameplay, followed by downtime where you sort through loot at your own leisure. It's different. Someone who's very new to the game, seeing you leave legendaries on the ground breaks my heart. Unfortunately, Longshot, space is limited. I don't have max backpack SCUs on this character. It goes up to 70, I only have 62. And my bank, I'm already at 497 out of 510. After cleaning out my bank last night before I went to bed. I have a bunch of mule characters, I just don't have room. One thing I love about this game when it comes to classes is there are combos you like and don't like, so each build that any person makes is always unique to them. Right. And that's cool. I know a lot of people who are enjoying the same kind of Clawbringer stuff I'm doing are not doing it with Graveborn. I like it with Graveborn for an armor piece I'm wearing, and for a few of the skills in here. I like the flavor of that, I like the feel. But, you know, there's people who decide to take it in a different direction, and there's no wrong approach. I love the class variety in this game. What's snipers tagging enemies? That's this one. This is the Drill's Fury. Now, I believe this is a, it's sourced from the boss himself, but you can also get it from the Chaos Chamber bunnies, which is where I got this one. I like Graveborn for Pans to Blast Gasp. It's true, Sora. But also, I'm using a Corrupted Plate Mail, which converts my damage to Dark Magic, and Graveborn is the one that directly boosts Dark Magic. So, works out well. Also, I have the Wyvern Companion, which is a free stack of Faithful Thralls. It just goes well together. Don't spell shot and claw with Paradigm? Yeah, that's a popular setup.
For the taking.
You go on ahead. I'll swing in later to...
The cold of the brave! Am I crazy, or is it really impressive that I'm doing this? Rowdy with a chance of pain! Healing top up over here.
Had a War Troll kill me and literally walk away, never re-aggroed. Yeah, enemy AI is, sometimes painful.
You must be lost. Let me show you the
way down. These goblins are just kind of hiding on that side of the map. Like, they're standing there shooting at the wall that I'm behind. But, like, I'm not taking cover, I'm just on the other side. Pressure. My hammer got stuck. See, for a couple runs, hanging out down here treated me well, but now they're all spawning up there. Playing the Chaotic Edition? The Chaotic Great Edition? Yes. That's the version that comes with the Season Pass? Yeah. What weapon type is best for the gray health bar on enemies? That would be Cryo. So, Frost, rather. Any cold stuff is good against bone bars.
So many skills, and everyone else is so...
Wrong enemy.
What's the magic? Back in business.
When it comes to the raid boss, is there an indicator if their sigil appears? It'll be kind of where, in the general area of where the exit is, if that helps. That's unfortunate. Opulent Wyvern is taking spawn slots. This is a slow room, unfortunate. Raid boss also has a creepy laugh, so I've never actually heard that sound. People have said that, I've never heard it. I have all sounds in game turned up, and I've never heard the laugh. Ever. So, I don't know, your mileage may vary on that one.
Ready?
Hey Silver Raid, how you doing? Carter, hope you're well. The Forward, good to see you. Maybe I'm hallucinating too because I hear it and there's a sigil. I'm not saying it's not happening, I'm just saying I've never heard it. It was an okay run. 727, yeah. 100% guarantee it's a thing on multiple maps. The rune also has a slight shimmer noise when you're very close. Yeah, again, you're bringing up a noise that I've never heard. That's all I'm saying. Not saying it's not a thing. I'm saying I've never heard it. Mob density is kind of ruined my enjoyment of chaos chambers right now. Hopefully they fix that soon. It's not a pure mob density issue. It's also an enemy aggression issue. A lot of those instances could be solved by just making the enemies actually go for you. Because, like, there's enough enemies in many instances, it's just they're not attacking. Glad I actually enjoy Chaos Chamber, so it's not only about acquiring loot. Yeah, definitely. There, Thor. Everything's so cool, don't influence me to level up Clawbringer with this. It's so cool, Viper. It's so cool. And thank you very much for answering so many questions. My pleasure, Alpha Bravo Gaming. I love what I do. And I like this to be a space where we get to be super silly, but also sometimes you learn a little bit of a useless video game knowledge, you know? Yeah, I nerd out about this stuff. I'm passionate about it, so I'm happy to answer questions. Acquired ice cream? What flavor? Such a great visual to snap your fingers to delete an enemy. Really is. Love it. There are better spells that I could use in this setup, but I just love the instant delivery of the damage with the snap. It's addictive. Any new standout weapons since the hotfix or good stuff to be looking for from bunnies? So high projectile black powder shotguns were already very good. The fact that this had to be that last one, I'll take it. Ooh, volatile red hellion, I'll take it. Red hellion got buffed, so 320 times 4, that's promising. Maybe I'll try that out. But high projectile black powder shotguns were already good, and they got a huge amount of love, so these are really nice in mobbing. Really nice. The Last Rites unique shotgun, quest reward item, this one right here, is also very, very good. It was good before, it's even better now. It ricochets to enemies, so if you need something that isn't consuming pistol or SMG ammo and you're mobbing, shotguns are now a safe bet. Not that they weren't already, but you get the idea. Morning, Dex. How you doing? I love how long the chains are from the lightning orb. Yeah, they go far. They go far. How someone get one of those shotguns? I traded for it. Now, it's not perfect. Like, this has an 8 mag. These can come in 3 mag. 3 mag is more damage. But 8 mag's good. Ugh, sneezes. Spell count per manufacturer, their max per manufacturer. Yeah, it's dependent on the parts, and each manufacturer kind of handles it a little bit differently. 25 for this, for black powder. I believe the highest I've seen so far for Furior is 16, although it might go to 20. I've just not seen a 20 yet. For Hyperius, it's 18. For Torg, it is also 18. Armament and legendary. I see what you did there. And I appreciate it. So I texted that gun, could tell what it was when I played around with it. Which one, J-Bridge? Hey Vander, how you doing? Good to see you. I just want my joint training. Feels feel like I won't remember those, but if it's black powder 20 plus and any other very high teens, yeah. Look for any shotgun that's, just as a rule, 16 plus the forward. 16 projectiles or higher, you might have something useful on your hands. Because Furiors can get 16s, Hyperius can get 18, black powder can get 21, 25. Yeah, just look for 16 plus. Going for enchant roll on a Kata. Ooh, I haven't used that gun much, but it looks satisfying. Enjoy the Holiday Hammer Zerker. Yeah, I've been playing Gloombringer, and it's very nice. To what extent are bad parts passive still an issue? Let's put it this way, the reparation. I have a non-chaotic, just a regular old Cryo Banshee on my melee build. Actually, no, excuse me. I have a chaotic one. A chaotic Cryo Banshee on my melee build. I got a non-chaotic Cryo Banshee to drop with the same hilt mod and the same enchantment, but it had higher damage than my chaotic one. And chaotic is the difference of 2 character levels. So that's how much parts can matter. You can get a chaotic versus a non, and then parts will determine it being better. So it still matters quite a bit. This fragment range, for example, you can get this in a ×5. I did not get a ×5, but that really shifts how the DPS is delivered. ×2, liquid cooling is like 60% more DPS. Obviously, you have the returning things like ×25 shotguns. Parts matter a lot there. Delivery methods of spells can completely change how they function. Parts matter a lot. I don't know how I got the idea Wailing Banshee doesn't come with elements. You might have had some bad luck, because a lot of items are weighted. Generally, they weight non-elemental higher on items that can roll either elemental or not. Deathless build's any good in this game, so wherever the legendary combos get his Deathless. So, you can tank with shields on a Deathless setup in this game, but the thing is, enemy damage goes up as you go up their chaos levels, so those will just get weaker over time. And also, anytime you are in an area with purple goop, or fighting a boss that makes that purple goop. Example, Dragon Lord, Drill, Maker, Banshee, they all do this. That purple goop goes directly to your health bar. If you only have 1 health, touching it in any way with a Deathless setup, you just instantly die. So, Deathless not ideal. What's that AR in slot 2? It's a sniper rifle. This is the Drill's Fury. I've been using this. It's very fun for mobbing. If you're familiar with the ASMD from Borderlands 3, that you shoot the orb out, and then you shoot the orb, and then it explodes. Well, with this one, shooting the orb makes it freeze in place and start doing arcs to nearby enemies. And those arcs have very long range and tick very fast. I was using the black powder shotty that uses the crossbeam shot. It's got a decent dot and hits okay now. The crossblade. Yeah, I've heard good things about the crossblade. I've not used it enough to form a strong opinion about it, but I know people like it, so that's something.
Enter if you dare.
Happy Saturday, Stomp. How are you today?
But seriously.
To an opportunist, every map is a treasure map.
Why are you not dead?
Sorry, that was supposed to be a warning shot. Do on this. Hold that. Shocking, isn't it?
Oh, it's the big fun.
Ouch. You switch to loot log gear before spending shards of bunnies. So loot luck is determined upon loading into a map. That will not increase your loot luck. You want to have your loot log gear on when you first load the room of the Chaos Chamber where the Dragon Lord's just chilling, and you talk to him to start the run. You want to have your loot luck on when you go in there, which also means you want to put your loot luck on after you are done in the loot room before heading back. Because then, when the game recalculates your loot luck going back to the lobby, you get your stuff. I'm gonna have to check lost loot because that was a chaotic over there.
Nothing like a job well done.
Good ball. Fast pig work. Item swapping like that is not okay if you ask me. What do you mean? Which kind of item swapping?
Looks like someone took a wrong turn. You know, really, this must be work we've done every day. I'm told, practice right. Ooh, bit of healing. Finally, that cooldown took ages.
Adding loot luck, no downside. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on it. It's something that I don't mind people doing. I don't mind that it exists. I just personally don't bother most of the time either. I just don't care about loot luck that much as a system. It would make more sense if it was calculated dynamically, but not particularly broken up that it isn't.
Next time, learn to pick an easier mark. Go and go! Here we go. Hey, hey, there's my little beast of burning. Ride the lightning! Well, yeah.
Not one of those. But I wanna have a good run time. Game? Game, I don't want to deal with that one. Let me kill other ones. Oh, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Oof. Found any volatile liquid cooling? Yeah, I'm using one. That was okay. What's that sniper called? Drill's Fury. 651. Not my best. I had that 617 earlier, but 651's okay. So learning what I did from you, I took my hammer circuit to the smart armor route and changed my fucking world. Hey, glad it's working out. Yeah, the crit damage there. Crit damage on a Clawbringer is hugely impactful. Hugely impactful. Why do you make that one elite? Because I'm going fast at the moment. I'm trying to see how fast I can go. So, no elite rooms, not spending too much time looting. I'm just trying to go fast. Speaking of enemies one-shotting you, how do you feel about enemies doing more damage at each Chaos level Quag? Seems fine now. What if we're gonna hit like Chaos 50? They can always change how it scales later down the line. I don't feel like it's problematic now. And I feel like survivability being, you know, more intelligence-based than Borderlands 3 and 2 is nice. Because in Borderlands 2 and 3, you always had the back pocket option of lifesteal instead of learning mechanics, instead of learning how enemies behave. You always had that. That's not a thing in this game. Now, there are still survivability safety nets, but generally you have to work harder to live in this game. Short of, you know, hiding and letting inferiors do the work for you, which some people are doing, but still, that's more involved than lifesteal face tanking, so I don't mind enemies doing higher damage. Farm my ass off for a good wit with a ward break, uncrit damage enchant. Should melt bosses. Ooh, yeah, that could be pretty good. Yeah, especially for bossing. Claw Stab has been working pretty well. Glad you've been enjoying Asa. Yeah, I want to do dot stuff with Claw Stabbo at some point. Awe boosting dot crit consistency is huge. Also Dragon Aura boosting dots, you know. A lot of good going on there. Yeah, this sniper rifle. Really do enjoy it. Fast favorite. I wish I had more swap speed. Now, interestingly, if you're running the Hammer Zerker setup, you know, doing something similar to this with Berserker instead of Graveborn, you having that extra swap speed allows you to just pop over to this more often. So, that's nice. Read a ASS as action skill start, was kind of confused. Using a nice chaotic transistor for mobbing does real well. Transistor is cool. It's just, I am a body rune stan. Like, body rune probably does too much. It probably should have been 2 separate wards, if we're being perfectly honest. Because it's got the heal on kill, which is amazing. But it also has the bonus element on kill, which is a global bonus element. So it goes on everything. So even stuff like, even this capstone triggering gets body rune applied to it. Body rune's a little too good. It's a little too good. But yeah, good on you, Vander, for experimenting with different wards and not being a body rune shill like myself. Last Gasp, having that ammo regen is very tempting for some setups. I know Shamwai has a place with some Thorg sticky stuff. Bad Egg could potentially be really good on melee builds. Like, there's a lot of good wards, it's just there's some that are good on everything rather than good on a thing. And that'd be Cursed Wit and Body Rune mostly. Swedish Shields, I got a Bronco Buster with Brimming on it. It's unironically working pretty well. Yeah. It's Band of Sidorak rates of just being full. So you get very consistent healing from it and any other waffle effects. Like, if for whatever reason you were trying to use this skill, Dedication from Clawbringer, increase cooldown based on how full your ward is, Bronco would be perfect for that because you gain better uptime on a full ward. I think maximum shield, or ward, excuse me, uptime would be a bucking, brimming Bronco. What is it called? The fuck is that thing called? A Bronco with unarmored defense from Berserker, because that cuts the amount it needs to recharge in half. So basically that means every second it's full. It doesn't take 2 seconds, it takes 1. 1 second, and it's full. 1 second of not taking damage, and the Bronco's full with unarmored defense. Busting Bronco. I'll make you... Bronco. You thought I was going to say the other one. How you doing, Stunts 1? Kept forgetting the ShamWai left an Electropool on break and kept thinking the Electropool was breaking my ward. So I'm starting to think this joint training I'm going for just doesn't exist. It's just like it's a double cooldown rate roll, nice. Just doesn't exist.
Behold my stuff.
Really enjoy the Maker being available via the featured run. If you're trying to speedrun the featured run with Maker Fight, what build do you try?
Both ready?
That's a good question, Kumar. That's a good question. I would want something with lots and lots of ammo sustain. So I think I might do like this setup with maybe with Spore Warden instead of Greyboard and grab the ammo regen, maybe. Either that, or I would hold off and do it on this build once I have more SDUs. Basically, the thing with doing a Maker run is you need to make sure you either A, have extremely good ammo reserves, B, don't consume much ammo to begin with, C, make sure you grab the ammo like shrine buffs throughout your run leading up to that, or D, have really good damage dealing options so when you run out of ammo on one type you can just move on. So like, you don't want to put all your eggs in the pistol basket. Now currently my bossing damage is pistol ammo. All of my bossing options currently pistol ammo. It's the liquid cooling, the gluttony, the handbow, the catatumbo, the ludite. It's all pistol damage. I could whip out a sticky shotgun if I bother to put one in my inventory. I haven't yet. In terms of mobbing, I can use lots of stuff. I'm using my sniper ammo in mobbing, I'm using my SMG ammo to set up hydras, I'm using my shotgun ammo primarily in mobbing, but diversifying your damage dealing avenues is important for a Maker run. So if you're going to do Maker in the featured, I just keep an eye out for the ammo things and just spend your crystals on those. Hydra spells make ammo for free? Hydra spells, yeah. Nola, thank you for the 14 months. I really appreciate it. Good to see you. So perhaps I'm missing something here with the runes. I've actually seen a bunch for the ASS, ASE build I haven't found runes stuck out to me. Thoughts? So the runes are just kind of mid, except for the body rune. Now, the inscribed part where, you know, it's shared across your party, that doesn't matter. We don't care about that. What we care about is the individual effect of the body rune, and that gives you a heal on kill, which allows you to, as a Hammer Zerker, for example, a Blood Frenzy is not as important. The heal and Enrage extension on kill, not as important, because you can get a bigger heal from over here. And the global bonus fire damage. This isn't an increase to your existing fire damage, this is extra fire damage. So let's say you're running around shooting a cryo gun, and there's a flesh enemy. Well, if you've killed another enemy, you're also dealing fire damage, so it's all good. The opposing matchup doesn't mean as much. So it's just more damage and more healing. That's what body rune's good for. In terms of the other ones, mind rune, just the rune doesn't do much damage. Spirit rune, I'm sure you could find a use, because you can use that to regen your ward by standing still. So that's not bad. And then master rune is just companion damage, but ultimately you just get more damage out of using a body rune for your companion build. Body rune is truly on a tier of its own. Any suggestions for multiclass for Stabomancer main? Clawbringer pairs pretty well with Stabomancer. This skill down here in Clawbringer, Awe, is very, very powerful for increasing the consistency of your crits and its crit damage. So if you're doing some sort of crit focused thing, Clawbringer is a natural second class with that. I also like Berserker for melee stuff when combined with Stabomancer. You could do that. Do you need to go through a specific set of portals to get the Maker? No, you just need to do all of the bosses. All of the boss puzzles. The featured run currently has all 3 bosses in there in different rooms. One room has the blue one has the yellow one has the green one. And the sigils for those are always located near the exit. So you can see, after you clear the encounter, just take a look around near the exit. I'll point them out as I go through the next run. Even with Ward not being as great as a survivability tool, always having at least a little bit from the Bronco Buster, don't mind the stomach growl, does help with chip damage, especially from zombie skeleton gunners, and then between enemies, you're very often full due to the healing, and Brimming does help with it too. Yeah, it's a solid one. It's definitely a solid one. I like that one. Hey, Necromancer Gage, how you doing? Good to see you. Always check your vendors, chat. Sometimes really good stuff in there. Blast Chill class mod, armor, whatever. Doing pretty good, how are you? Doing great. Enjoying Clawbringer Featured runs. We got a 6:17. 6 minutes and 17 seconds on a feature run. Pretty good. What's my backpack space? Backpack space is still chilling. That's good. I didn't necessarily want that barrel maker. I forgot to look at it after a run. Let's see what else I got in here. The gear grind doesn't go as well. I do have the Ludite. This is the sticky pistol I was mentioning earlier, by the way. Oh, vindication, satisfaction. Still have not gotten the amulet I've been going for, but continue keeping an eye out. So in essence, the fire damage from Body Rune has a greater impact on the formula for damage. It's not a greater impact on the formula, it's just another thing happening. So, like, it's just damage that didn't exist popping up. It's like, how do I put this? So you know how Oath of Fire over here is extra damage on top of what your gun's doing? It's not increasing what your gun's doing, it's just extra damage that's just next to it. Body Rune is that. It's even the same value, but it's for all of your damage. So let's say you throw your hammer, it's applying to your hammer hit, then it's applying to your capstone if that triggers. If you've got Blast Chill over from Berserker, Body Rune will apply to that too. It'll apply to the puddle that the capstone leaves on the ground. Yeah, it's just extra damage on top. Wow, yeah, that's how good Body Rune is. It's so tough to give up. And then on top of it giving you that damage, it also heals you when you kill an enemy. It's really good. All might be my favorite skill in the game, up to 66% flat crit chance is just, Yeah, and if you get lucky and Butt Stallion gives you more, Asa, you can have like 9 out of 3 all, which is exactly what you think it is. Auto Idol and steroids? Yeah, it's like Auto Idol and Revolter had a very cursed child. Got a Berserker power frost damage amulet with reload speed and all damage. That's sick, Sora. That's really good. Okay, I'll point out the boss stuff on this run. What is a non-crit anyway? Yeah, I don't know. Can't relate. So I don't think this is one of the ones with it. Only 99%? Aw. Well done, Samantha. Well done. I'm fucking proud of you. That joke was there and no one else had the courage to make it. I respect you.
Someone else is gonna kill that thing, right? Stormhammer!
Ah, Goblin AI. They really do be like this. I like standing in this part of this room because it's at least got good sightlines, but sometimes the goblins still just decide to not exist. That's an amalgam I'll have to look at. What gym? I'm not sure you're asking. Are you asking what gun is that? Which one? This sniper rifle is the Drill's Fury. The pistol I'm using is the Liquid Cooling. The SMG is a Fragment Rain. And the shotgun that I'm not using as often as I should is a Kettle Drum with 25 projectiles. Oh, also you can throw your hammer while casting a spell. If anyone wanted to know what that jank animation was, yeah, you can just kind of double that up. What the shit, Lana? Good bonk on Pickwork, good bonk. Good Pickwork fight. What's Fragment Rain even do? Ricochets. A lot. A lot. Now, I'm not even using it for that purpose. I'm using it for Hydras. For Faithful Thralls during downtime. But Fragment Rain ricochets, and those ricochets go through walls. It's very efficient at clearing out areas. Damn water terms. So here's the blue one. Blue. Only just realized I missed a whole ass area in my other playthroughs. There's so many. So much to do in this game. Bug my hammer throw. That's fine. That might not be fine. Oh, it's fine. I keep doing that. I need to stop throwing my hammer during my swap animation.
Next time, learn to pick an easier mark.
And there's green. It's the immune ones. I don't know how to tell which ones will be immune to my bullets and which ones won't. And they are super aggressive. Like, this is how you solve the goblin issue. You make them as aggressive as fucking babby mimics. Yeah, unfortunate. Mob variants. Take a shot at speedrun the Featured run with my janky setup I have right now. Good luck. It's a lot of fun. Like, until this happens. So you get this particular set of babby mimics that you can't kill without melee damage. You cannot kill them without melee. And that's not fast. So sometimes you get mimics that are not melee immune, sometimes they are melee immune. I do not like the loot enemies. That's probably why I haven't done the event so far. Well, this run is super duper super dead. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Nope. But my best so far I've gotten on this Featured run is we had a 6:17 earlier in the stream. 6 minutes, 17 seconds. Dying is like way slower than living. True.
Choose, Fate Maker. Go on, Fate Maker.
Where's that quartz? That's different. Huh? Why's the quartz gone? Wait, if you abandon a run, do the quartz not spawn in? That's big info. That's a big deal. I don't like that. No, I need those quartz. They're so much faster. We learned something today.
Enter the cave.
Don't mess with the best. I thought that was you, you old so-and-so. Falling knife! Cloudy with a chance of pain! Ah, crap, more bad guys means more work.
It's going okay so far. This is not PB pace though. I would need to be way faster on that room we just did. and not do stuff like that. That was a very accidental button press. Oh yeah, I've been checking my losses. I should really do that more. But speed.
To an opportunist, every man is a friend. Don't worry, I'm sure the next goon will have better luck than all the rest. Get him out of
That was an okay big work bonk. Missed. Could have been better. Hey, Perek, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How's stream? How you? Don't mind me, I'm just speedrunning some featured runs. I'm trying to beat my personal best, so we hit a 6:17 earlier in the stream. I'm trying to go fast and prove to the world that Clawbringer good. I know you've been saying you love Clawbringer for longer than I have, and I admit defeat. Clawbringer great. I hope stream went well. Stupid opulent wyverns eating spawns. Ugh. So annoying. Yeah, that was.
Sharif 63 PL UWU high.
Thank you so much for the 18 months. Wow, time is crazy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Build that castle from Treasure Trove took 4 hours. Oh yeah, I do not have the manual dexterity to do that. That is just going to stay in the book for me. And it's going to be a very nice book that I show people and do not open up ever. Because, me being artistic, good joke.
That one's mine! Don't touch the loot!
Just a loser.
All damage keep, that's nice. That is nice.
My spell's ready!
Let's see how you handle it.
I say it was very hard for me, so I don't blame anyone for struggling with it. Yeah, not doing it then. Thanks for the heads up. Slow.
Ready to cast!
Slow. 703. Eh. That's what I said during her stream. Would have thrown in the trash for like 2 hours. It'll be a nice book. Let's say volatile smart armor with area damage gun crit chance. You know, that's trying really hard. I guess I'll keep that. That's trying really hard. Smart armor with crit chance on it, that's something about that's beautiful. Alright, that can stay. What else did I pick up? Oh, that was that amalgam I picked up. Skill's kind of mediocre. Ability damage, gun crit chance, ability crit chance, gun damage. Alright, that can stay. Although, the ability stuff with Clawbringer, or with Berserker rather, Blast Chill can't crit, so like... But the Clawbringer ability stuff can, so I guess that can stay. What else did I pick up? Is that it? I thought there was another thing. Maybe I'm misremembering. I'm probably misremembering. 703 at 20. Yeah, I got a 617 earlier, Avari, earlier in the stream. 617 is my best on the featured so far. The Calamity is trying. Companion damage, companion crit chance with a Calamity effect. That could be a good Wyvern one, but it's Berserker Graveborn. I'll take it just because maybe I'll think of a use. Welcome to all. If you don't know Quag, he's nice enough, incredibly knowledgeable. Don't be shy. Oh, you're too kind, Blues. I appreciate it. Lurk, need to grab some food and wash off the glue. Have a good day. Thank you again for the raid, Ferric. I really appreciate it. And yeah, definitely get some rest. You've been working really hard lately. I'm glad you're remembering to take time for yourself. I'm sure you've got others reminding you too. But you're appreciated, and thank you so much. Superior Shotgun's buff so much fun. Yeah, House by the Cemetery. I was already enjoying the last rites. Lightning damage Berserker. Not Clawbringer. I was already enjoying the last rites shotgun, and it's real nice now. I need to get some other shotguns. Maybe we take a break from amulets and roll shotguns for a bit. Yeah, let's do a few runs of shotguns, I think. Crossblade got buff. Not even chaotic crossblade is over 1,000 damage. That's like pretty good. With that built-in crit chance on Clawbringer, this probably always crits. This probably always crits if you have awe active. Maybe I'll start keeping an eye out for crossblades.
Fucking cost again!
I'm trying to max out the myth rank stuff that can be capped, and then get each of the uncapped ones to 20, and then I'll never open this menu again except to show people that I'm not opening the menu again. That's my plan for myth rank. Hopefully they add a toggle. Red Hellion properly geared is sick, similar to Butcher. I've heard good things about the Red Hellion. I've only used it briefly, but I didn't feel like it was bad, and that was without investment, so yeah, that tracks. Makes sense to me.
We get rowdy. Let's get rowdy.
Put that away until I figure it out. Put that away until I figure it out. Put that away until I figure it out. Figure it out, Quag. Sitting on 115 unspent myth points. Pain. Hey, Mox, how you doing? Yeah, like, myth rank being uncapped is, especially for people who make builds, it's like, there's gonna be some unsavory individuals who are either gonna take advantage of uncapped myth rank and then be like, look, my build's better than insert X creator, and they're not gonna show their myth rank. Or B, they're gonna accuse people who don't like it being uncapped of having more myth rank than they are. It just creates a situation where there's so much room for dishonesty, and it's a headache. It's just, I know you know all this stuff, Moxie. I'm telling them. It's frustrating. I do not like the choice to not have a myth rank toggle or cap.
Anyone else want to try it? 2 on 6. We've got an easy mark over here.
The hell even got me? What happened? What happened? I'll reset this one. I expect holding on to myth points to keep it challenging. Yes, because they allow you to put a theoretically infinite amount of points into ability damage, spell damage, melee damage, and gun damage. 1% per point. We have not seen a fall off for that yet. Meaning, you can just infinitely scale up your damage stats with enough myth rank. And that is something that people who played previous games were not a fan of. Now, Borderlands 2 and the pre-sequel both had this problem to a point where eventually people just stopped using that system at all because it was providing them like tens of thousands of bonuses, and it was crazy. Borderlands 3, at least, Guardian rank passives did cap out in terms of how much they gave you. And that point was so far in the future that, like, most people never hit it. For example, in my over 6,000 hours, granted I did reset my Guardian rank to regrind it several times, but I ended up at like 1,200 or something. 12, maybe in the low 13s. And I still wasn't at that point, but the diminishing values, the more points you put in, kept it to a point where the most you were getting per stat for Guardian rank was 13%. 15 for some. Whereas in BL2 and TPS, you'd be getting hundreds, thousands. In this game, there doesn't seem to be a limiter at 15%. Like, I don't like it. A lot of damage. What voice are you using? What voice am I using? Let me look. Clever B.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Hey BFG, how you doing? Like that it exists because endgame grinds benefit from having more rewards, but it does need a toggle. Yeah, for people who want to keep putting points there, sure, whatever. I'm not one to tell you how to have your fun. I don't think I need infinite damage to have fun, or even theoretically infinite damage to have fun, but that's my personal playstyle. But a toggle would allow them to, those viewpoints to coexist a little more effectively. Sort out what that is later. I keep forgetting to check my lost loot. There's so many chaotics and presumably volatiles that I've just left behind. Because I keep forgetting lost loots, I think. Oh, enemies. There you are. Turns out vehicles are near this game so we can sink myth rank points into vehicle damage. Why are you the way that you are? Stop saying these correct things. So I use this to check to see if there's enemies in my half of the map, and spoiler alert, there aren't. Goblin enemy aggression. It's not just a density thing, it's an aggression thing. They just don't push you. Heroes vehicles aren't in this game, and it's a great thing, Echo-Jin. Overworld replaced vehicles, and I am here for it. Vehicle sections in Borderlands games are that thing that you do it one time, you're like, oh, cool, the music is cool, the set piece is fun, and then every time you go through in your playthrough, you're like, oh, it's this again. Overworld's a straight upgrade. Hey, Cryptwalker, how you doing today? I love sharks, they all bomb rush you at once. Yeah, Failson, yeah. Sharks, Cyclops, those have very serviceable AI. Trolls as well. But it's the skeletons that don't move much. It's the zombies, it's the goblins, and the crabs, which I find all could stand to benefit from some sort of change in approach. Doing alright? Glad to hear it. There's a cat in my lap. Hi, cat. Overworld's totally awesome. Gotta remember my next playthrough to get Zumios and Grindana ASAP. Yeah, I didn't get Zumios till after I finished everything else in the overworld. And pain. Suffering. Gotta do those side missions. Okay, bye, cat. Oh, bugged out my hammer. Slow room. Shouldn't dip your toe in that water. I know. Rookie mistake. Why is water more dangerous than both lava and the goop that is directly designed to sap your life, that bypasses your wards directly into your life? Why is water more dangerous than both of those other liquids?
your funeral.
Thoughts on the Ice Spike change? With what I've been using the Ice Spike for, I didn't really notice too drastic of a change. Like, it hits less hard, but it still does what I need it. I still like the Impaling one for fast damage delivery, because there's no travel time or anything. And for, you know, short cooldown, high charge count, all that stuff, still does everything I need it to. And I believe it was only that one that was affected, so for my setup, it's fine, although I didn't use it extensively. I know you had a setup that was using the two of them as the main damage source. How is that feeling after the change? $730. Slow. Slow. Ability and smell increased by melee. Sure. It's a double cooldown rate roll. And stuck on Son of a Witch and KS14, can't stand that fight. So, the thing that Son of a Witch and Drill do in this game, they serve as just beef gates. Like, they are damage checks. If you do not have the damage to brute force the mechanics, then it's a battle of attrition against the mechanics. So you either need the damage to kill him without doing mechanics, or you need the damage to chip him down, kill the bird, and then continue chipping him down to still have net damage. And they're the only two bosses in the game that do that. So I think they just serve as build checks. I personally think they're fine. And there are definitely some hard counters to them. Bean gates. Honestly, still pretty good. Kept them counter a bug where they wouldn't actually do damage to enemies, like would apply the dot, but the spell damage wouldn't register. Huh. I should keep an eye out for that. I might have seen that, but I honestly don't remember. I'll keep an eye out. It's funny you go from Lechance to Wastard right after each other. Yeah, it's like you get the free one, and then you get this one. See, this is so close, chats. Dark Magic, Spore Warden. Like, all damage is good. I just want Clawbringer. I want a Clawbringer joint training. Does it exist? Does a fire damage Clawbringer joint training exist? I can see that I'm running Clawbur, and I think you need to kind of move some skills around to get through him. Weapon choice matters a lot as well. So, because Wastard / Son of a Witch just kind of stands there, he doesn't move much. So anything that gives you a lot of incentive for crits, he has a very open crit spot. It's right there. So you can just, like, sit in his face and unload a handbow into the crit spot. It does very well. Liquid Cooling, of course, does the same thing, because as long as you have the ammo to sustain it, you can just keep going. You can chuck Gluttonies at him, which is something that I like doing in a lot of builds as well, because the Gluttony Dagger Storm will not only do significant damage to him, but also, if he spawns the bird, it's in the AoE, so you're still able to hit both at the same time. Torg Stickies also do really well against Son of a Witch. If you can get a one of these, a ×3 Ludite, with the non-melee crossbolts down here. These are really good DPS. You also got ×18 Body Rockers, that's the Torg Shotguns. You got ×3 Encapsulators, that's the Torg Assault Rifles. All can achieve good boss DPS against him. Frost damage, spell shot. I guess I'll take it. Ugh. Is feature run bug because I only got white equipment from the bunnies for 4K crystals? I've seen a couple people mention that. I I've not encountered that personally, and I've been running the featured run all stream. So I would just save quit, maybe relaunch your game. You're not the first person I've seen say that, though, VTuber.
All right, now it's a party.
Make sure all my shit's loaded.
Come on, have some fun.
BO3 Brain keeps thinking not to use Cryo Fire against shield bars. It can be tough to adapt to the new elemental system, but I do think I like the new system better, honestly.
Can't stop, won't stop. Someone else is gonna kill that thing, right? Get him out of here! Why, yes.
Really bad movement on my part. Ugh. I'm gonna try standing in the middle of the room. And maybe that'll make the enemies aggressive enough. Maybe. Hey, that kind of worked.
Can't we work this out so we all walk away? Preferably with me walking away with...
Drill Sniper doing work? Yeah, it's great. The great thing it does is it's very high hit count over a very wide area. So for Clawbringer, I crit a lot because of off. So it's able to just distribute damage very effectively over an area in a lingering method. I love it for that. Now granted, I do also have a volatile roll, so it's high stats. I did not have any echo built up. Oh, awkward. This Witch Doctor. Stop blocking for Pigwort. It's rude. Pigwort does not need your help. He's already a raid boss. True meta is the friends we made along the way. I have a melee build I enjoy. Swing Greatsword and From the Shadows. It's powerful. You want to cross the bridge? No? Okay. That's cool too. Enemies hiding is pain. Hide and seek. Sub 20-minute maker run, I'm happy with that. That's sick, Owl. Good job. should honestly maybe be using a Quaking Sunder for this. Just for this map. Like, getting these skeletons through walls with my spell would speed up the clear quite a bit. It'll also help me trigger Body Rune faster on Parasite. Yeah, that might be the play here. So this loot enemy eating spawns. Fuck my life.
You must be lost. Let me show you the way out. Sweet and healing.
This should be interesting.
Your Clawbringer gun build? Yeah, that's what I'm playing right now, UV. That is what I'm playing at this very moment. No, we got unfortunate. You have to melee mimics. You don't always have to melee these. Sometimes you get the spawns that you do. Slow. Honestly, I should just reset every time I get these. I'll play it out. I've seen that sniper. What's it do? So you shoot out with the alt fire and explosive orb, and then you shoot it with the main fire, and that makes it freeze in place and start electrocuting enemies. It's really good area coverage. Mimics and pig work, Gearbox hates us. Yeah, so with that terrible, 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 terrible mimic room, I still got sub 8. It's okay. Hey Pupty, how you doing? How long does the fire buff from body room last? I don't know. Share build please, maybe explain how it works. Yeah, I can absolutely do that. Give me 1 second. Oath of Fire doesn't actually proc Awe by itself. Right. As far as skill tree, is Oath of Fire added synergy with Awe? No, I'm triggering Awe through other means. My Wyvern is triggering Awe. My Hammer is triggering Awe. You just kind of... You don't need to think about Awe. If you're deep Clawbringer tree, it will happen. It will happen. So yeah, this is a primary Clawbringer build, secondary Graveborn. We'll go over the Graveborn stuff first since it's supplementary. Faithful Thralls is just damage for having pets. We put 2 Mortal Vessel for a little dark magic efficiency. We are running a Corrupted Plate Mail, converting part of our damage to dark magic, so this helps that portion heal us a little bit better. Sanguine Sacrament's one of the best heals in the game. We take that. That's why part of why we use a short cooldown multi-charge spell, so we can heal a lot on demand. Dark Pact is to boost our damage coming from our Corrupted Plate Mail portion. Dark Hydras is to give us more stacks of Faithful Thralls, and Ascension is to make that spell hit a little bit harder. It's our leftover 2 points. We've got Blast Gasp from our class mod, so that's a very good utility from Graveborn. Then we've got 1 Oath of Thunder just to get the lightning damage onto our Wyvern. We've got Max Oath of Fire because it's a good gun bonus element. We've got Max Dragon Aura for damage, Max Rebuke for survivability, and a little bit of damage distribution. We've got Blastomet's Favor just because it is an amount of damage. Blastomet's Favor is not a good skill. I want to make that perfectly clear. The damage this thing does, kinda butt. It's kinda cheeks. It's not very impactful, but we take it because it is an amount of damage. Firebolt. Now, this did lose a little bit of power because they basically reallocated how gun damage and bullet damage bonuses are in this game with the update yesterday. So Firebolt is a little less good for player damage than it was, but that attack coming from the Wyvern is worth it, and we need to get down the tree, so we still take Firebolt. It's still an amount of damage, similar to this. We go Storm Breath. This is a really powerful attack from the Wyvern. It also gives you a good chunk of damage reduction. That 12% is impactful, especially for one skill point. And the Lightning Breath from Wyvern covers a huge area of the map. Huge. We've got 2 points in Friend to Flame to make that Wyvern do even more damage. We've got Max Awe. This is where most of your damage as a Clawbringer comes from. It's the fact that you crit like all the damn time. Awe's crit chance is post-add, meaning that this 33% you see is getting slapped on after the numbers you see here on my crit chance. So I don't have 48% spell crit chance. I have 81% spell crit chance with Awe active. I don't have 7.6% gun crit chance. I have 40% gun crit chance. So yeah, Awe is really good. Then we've got 1 point Indomitable for a little bit of survivability, some situational damage. We've got yes character, your stuff. Yes, good job. We've got Storm Smite for good damage every so often when we throw our hammer. This is actually really impactful with full formula. They're definitely scared of how much damage Storm Smite does. That's why it's got this cooldown. You can really maximize this. And yeah, of course, Storm Dragon's Judgment for very fast cooldown refreshes and some range damage delivery. Hero stat-wise, we max crit damage, we max spell cooldown, and then we put the remainder in crit chance. I'm using a Liquid Cooling as my primary gun. I'm using this Drill's Fury as well. I have this Fragment Rain that I'm throwing out for Hydras. You can use any gun that spawns Hydras or Shrikes for my purposes right now. I just happen to have a Fragment Rain. See, this enchant isn't even impactful. I'm just using it for Hydras. I'm not a Spore Warden at all. And then I've got a ×25 Kettle Drum. This did get significantly buffed. These are really fun in mobbing. Still kind of like meh for single target. Rain of Arrows is the single target black powder shotgun, but this is really fun at mobbing. We got a fish with Echo. I like leaving the dot from the fish when I do my Echo delivery. Now, you can use a lot of different melee weapons here. You could do Storm Surge for the chance of the Lightning Bolt. You could do a Frying Pan for some passive survivability of just having the pan on your back. You could do a Twin Soul if you want to have Echo and something else, like say Archmage, get a little bit of more spell cooldown. You got lots of options here. I just happen to be using a fish. Amulet-wise, you really want Joint Training because the Clawbringer is the crit character. It crits the most when Awe is active. You get the best uptime on Joint Training, and because Clawbringer has a Wyvern companion that delivers damage across a wide area, it's also very good at triggering it innately. So basically, you can remove the conditions from this, and this will effectively read 80% more companion crit chance and 30% more crit damage for you. That's what it means. Hey Will, how you doing? So Joint Training, real good on Clawbringer. Real good. Using a Impaling Ice Spike for very fast damage delivery. There's things you could put here for more damage. There's things you could put here for more spammability. I like the balance between the two with the instant damage delivery. It goes where you point it as soon as you do it. I'm using a Corrupted Plate Mail because it rolled good skills, but I've also come to really like the effect here. It gives me some good passive healing and more value out of my Greyborn tree. We've got rings for gun damage. Get ability crit chance and crit damage on these if you can as well. I would like to upgrade this volatile mood ring I have because, I mean, volatile roll on a mood ring is almost 40% gun damage. Well, you know, so like that's really good, but I'd want more ability stuff on this. And then I got a body rune, just good damage, good healing. Yeah, that's the build. Like how fresh your build is always. That's why I always come here for some new things. Hey, happy to provide, UV. Happy to provide. There's lots of good build crafters out there, and I'm sure some of us Some of the stuff I'm doing is similar to some stuff other people are doing, but that's the fun of it. Comparing notes after the fact, putting together a setup and being like, hey, anyone else doing this? Just build crafting is always something I enjoy. I like the fact that Wonderlands is rated teen, started a new playthrough at my nephew last night, lots of fun. Yeah, and they don't lose anything by doing that. Clawbringer power, chaotic joint training, and it's poison damage. Why? Poison damage is literally the only element I'm not doing an impactful amount of in this setup. The only poison I have is my fish dot. And of course, this rolled poison. Pain. Struggle with survivability? I don't. Because this over here, Sanguine Sacrament, it's 15% of your health per second every time you cast. For 2 seconds. So 30% of your health just for hitting a spell one time. That alone is just fantastic healing, but I've also got the safety net of every once in a while if I would die, Indomitable kicks in. I've got the fact that I'm dealing dark magic damage constantly, so I'm getting a lot of passive healing. And there's also the survivability of, hey, just kill everything before it can touch you, and you're good. So, no, I never feel like survivability is a problem here. Did you look in that Storm Breath skill? Kind of just ignored it. It hits over a wide area. It's very good at keeping awe up, among other things. Frost damage Graveborn. You know, that's an upgrade. That is an upgrade. I lose fire rate. I lose dark magic damage, but I'm already getting dark magic damage from an enchant. I lose Clawbringer power. I gain Graveborn power. So this upgrades my spell. Because Graveborn power will serve to increase my Lich's health and damage, which I don't care about. It increases my Blast Gasp, though. Losing Clawbringer power, though. This is a hard sell. The frost damage will increase my liquid cooling in my spell. I don't currently have any bonuses to frost damage except for this just general elemental one. That's tough. I'll keep it. I'll have to think about that. Farm and be like... Oh, I'm out of coffee. Time to switch to my backup caffeine. I have a problem. Body's been going through some days. Yeah, yesterday was a rough one for me, Pup T. I've been falling behind on some other things I should be taking care of because I'm just kind of like trying to conserve my energy for stream, and then I just kind of die afterwards. It's been rough. I'm sorry to hear you've been going through it. What's the fastest way to deal spell damage to proc Blast Gasp Spellblade? Spellblade does not trigger Blast Gasp. It is still melee damage, it just simply also scales with your spell damage bonuses. It is not a spell. To trigger Blast Gasp, you would want a spell that delivers damage very quickly, such as this Ice Spike. It just goes where I point it, instantly, with no delay. It's just there. This is a really good source of triggering Blast Gasp.
But I'm completely spent.
Trying to get a single armor combination has been going well, even with swapping between dedicated farming and the armor bunnies. Yeah, I haven't gotten any all class mods, or armors rather. Joe, like in the last 2 days. None. Kind of annoying. Kind of very frustrating. Armors. I hate you. Pogmers. Pogmers. Hey, Glenny. I didn't see that enemy right away. Bad vision. Are blue enemies mount crowd tangle drift specific areas of the map? I've not tested that out at all, personally. I live in the Chaos Chamber. Unless they change something about the Chaos Chamber, we'll know about it. Ooh, good pick warp bonk. Motherfucker. Barrel. That's unfortunate. Hey Rorix, how you doing? As for your thoughts, spell shot melee setup, game keeps throwing melee bonuses, me thinking heavy spell damage bonuses, spell blade, stat with secondary, some kind of fast reload shotgun to deliver the stat with skills. Yeah, you could rock a body rocker. It's funny how that worked out. Times 18 or 13 Torgue shotgun with a 2 mag. And reload that very quickly. Oh, water. Cool. Oh, barrel. Cool. The enemies don't kill me. Only I kill me. Should I buy this game? Been on the fence for a few days now. I really enjoy it, Hypernova. Just as a point of reference, the game's been out for, what, 2 weeks? And I have 10 days played. 10 days playtime. Active playtime. I'd say that's a pretty good indicator.
Out of you. Heads up, we've got company.
Have you slept? Not well. Put in work, I guess. Yep. It's about the grind. And it doesn't feel like a grind. I've been enjoying myself the whole time. And, like, I haven't been forcing myself to do any activities I don't want to do. Like, for example, I'm not a huge fan of going after the loot dice a bunch of times. So I don't. I just don't do it. Not a huge fan of, save quitting boss farming. So I don't. I just do Chaos Chamber. Like, there's so much to do in this game. This is by far the most launch content they've had in a Lands title. by far.
Ha! You fell for it. Classic.
I almost died there. Ooh. It was an okay run. 721. Why is that top one again? Weird. Best so far today is 617. And game here is amazing. I hope to add more content to the dungeons, even some type of leagues like in Path of Exile. The problem with having something like a structured leaderboard is that people are going to just cheat and invalidate it very quickly. But having that on the community side is something that we have plans to do. With if you're familiar with time trials, we had that in Borderlands 3. Time trials in Borderlands 2 were very popular back in the day. And there are plans to do time trials for Wonderlands. Just taking some time to let balance and such settle. In terms of build, what's the most important piece of gear to farm for first, do you think? Just on a general note, not necessarily class specific. That's tough to quantify because different builds are going to prioritize different things. Like, for example, a gun build, obviously, cares more about guns than a melee build might. So it really depends. This is a gun build, so I care a lot about my guns, specifically. But Clawbringer is a character that's very... You need to do specific things to maximize it. You need to lean into Awe, and you need to lean into Dragon Aura. So non-elemental things aren't as valuable unless I have something like a Corrupted Plate Mail converting part of that. Awe enables me to get more out of crit damage bonuses. So like you see, this ring has gun damage that I need for my gun, but ability crit damage, which helps with all the sources of ability damage I have, like my capstone, like my hammer's AoE, things like that. So it really is hard to quantify just as a general thing of the forward. Do have liquid cooling, which only time zone chaotic. Still very, very good. You can use that long term. Question, which character stat background would be best for those of us with commitment issues who roll their builds like 5 times a day on 6 different characters? Village Idiot. Village Idiot's just always going to be good for you. It's just crit damage. Village Idiot's always, like, the play. Now, there are cases where some others could have some extra benefit, and ultimately don't feel like you're missing out on a build by not having the correct background on your character. It's never that extreme, but Village Idiot's the one that's just always going to help. And the only times it doesn't help is things like Blast Gasp that can't crit, that are specifically not allowed to crit. But remember, the damage source that triggered Blast Gasp can crit, so you're still benefiting. Isn't Blast Gasp dark magic damage? Blast Gasp is the element of the spell. See? Ability damage of the spell is elemental type. So if you're using a dark magic spell, it's dark magic. Ultimate dice account and not character thing, just try to collect all 260 dice each character. Well, that's the thing. You don't have to collect all the dice. Like, that's a self-imposed thing. Like, sure, it makes your luck better, but ultimately it's just making your luck better. It is not guaranteeing anything. To the point where most of my characters only have, like, half or fewer of the dice. Now, this one happens to have, you know, all of them, but just this one. I don't think any of the other ones I use have more than half, because I just don't care. Do multi-projectile spells like Magic Barrage each have their own proc chance? Yes, yes they do. Dice matter more if you're the kind of player that goes out and save quits bosses. Dice will mean a little more to you at that point. But what I would say to that is, A, you're missing out on gameplay. But B, if you absolutely must do that, unless you're doing it like inside of a playthrough, like a themed playthrough or something, there's no reason you can't just have the dice on one character, use that character as your dedicated farmer for all your other ones.
You've been on the protein, ain't ya? Till the next time.
Hey, hey, there's my
Do I think changing dice to account-wide would hurt anything? No. But I don't think it's really that necessary either. I just don't really have much of an opinion on it. Pretty neutral. So for Blast Gas, I'm looking for low cooldown, high projectile count spells. Yeah, if you happen to be going Spellshot Graveborn, you don't even need to do the low cooldown part of that homie data. You can just, like, either brute force with all the spell cooldown you get in Tree. Remember, Graveborn gets a cooldown skill and Spellshot gets a cooldown skill. You can take both of them. But additionally, if you happen to go for Spellshot Capstone and then just grab Blast Gas from your armor, your spells effectively just have 5-second cooldowns gated by you doing gun damage. So the cooldown becomes irrelevant anyway. It's a chaotic companion damage ring. Put that away. Impaling Ice Spike. Impaling Ice Spike hits one time. It does not fulfill the high projectile count requirement. It hits one time. But you have 3 charges. It's very fast. It's very precise. And it's a high base. That's why I use it in this setup. It's very fast delivery of damage. With high crit damage, yeah. Actually on a Spore Grave build, and I'm trying out a companion spell kind of hybrid, because I noticed that Fear or Lightning Bolt reloads are getting spell damage. Yeah, you could absolutely do that then. I love the Lightning Bolt reloads. They're very fun. If I was to make a Furior build, it would definitely be around those. I've read you shouldn't make a Chamber Elite without taking Banes from Dragonlord. Any logic behind this? It depends on how fast you can clear that Elite room. Tender Madness. So, like, it costs crystals to Elite the room, and then you gain crystals on drop from, like, killing enemies. Now, the Dragonlord curses increase your crystal intake in general. But remember, your first room is always Dragonlord room, so you always have at least one. So you're always benefiting. So, Elite rooms, at worst, are, like, about neutral. At worst. Now, if you can clear those Elite rooms without losing too much time, then there's no reason not to. If you're speedrunning, as I often am, sometimes I don't bother. For, like, these featured run speedruns, I haven't been bothering. And if it would really affect my build, or if, let's say I'm in an extended run, and I've built up a bunch of good modifiers and stuff, but I don't want to take too much risk and potentially screw myself out of the run entirely, then I might stop eliting. But if you can handle it, there's no reason not to do it, as long as you're not in a huge rush. But if it takes you much longer, then your efficiency per hour goes down, because you could have just done 2-3 non-elite rooms, which adds up over time to multiple more runs. I'd consider it a case-by-case basis, a run-by-run thing.
Now then, what's the most broken build I can make?
Choose, Fatemaker.
I wish I didn't make this look so easy, so people would know when to look on. The cold of the grave!
Lasers doing some weird science and secondary objectives, stealing kills. And reducing overall gems for the time spent. Yeah, that makes sense. Because that actually makes a lot of sense. That's more straightforward than you think about it. So, take the Dragon Lord statue, for example. If you get a Dragon Lord statue secondary objective, it gives you a huge amount of progress towards the room completion for killing it. But it does not give you crystals. So that's fewer enemies you've killed, which means fewer chance for crystals. It's the same principle as, let's say during the obelisk rooms, you, instead of killing the target, you just keep killing the badasses that get spawned. Because those drop crystals, you can just vibe there. Same concept, just applied differently. Ooh, chaotic blue cake. Take that. Useful. Well, Reno, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Hope you've been well. Thank you.
Easiest fight of my life. It's close. They're definitely dead.
She's on fire.
How have you been? I've been great. Enjoying the Wonderlands hype. Been messing with all sorts of kinds of builds and just, this game's great. Things have been good. Didn't want to use my echo there, but I can build more up. Come on, big word, fuckface, get out here. Did I hit him? I did. Almost one-tapped him. That was a good pick work. Bit slow getting to him, but that was a good pick work. Myth rank grinding, Chaos Chamber, or Savory Load bossing? Don't. That's my recommendation for myth rank grinding. Don't. Beyond that, I have no idea what's more efficient for myth rank execution. Had to burn a spell to heal there. Awkward. Is this true? Mushroom Command and fired itself to death? Thank you for testing. Fired both sides barrels. That's great. Gas is lethal. Toxic. Do I do this? Do I go full lazy data? Fragment rain the barrel. It's too cheesy.
Thanks for coming. Oh, I'm not coming, am I? Of course not. I'm on your side.
Oh, I'm surprised that dot didn't kill me.
Sure, I've got plenty, but I can always have more.
Mimics jumping across the room at you like that is so scary. Chest was about to open you up, yeah. Roll reversal for sure. It was okay. 7-12. I haven't gotten a sub 7 in a while, but that's fine. Yeah, chaotic blue cake. Look at the dot on that blue cake. That's like a low one, too. 2.3k. I think if launchers are going to do anything significant other than Torg sticky stuff in this game, it's going to be dot stuff. Of course, there's also, you know, amp and spore fuse enchant and craziness, but I fully expect to see some cool dot tech happen. Oh, that was a chaotic curse wit I got. Fleet part, that's nice. That was very nice. Companion crit damage. Sniper crit damage. Just a shell casing. Meh. Oh look, all the greens I've accidentally been picking up. Including a dragon's. Look, it's a dragon's. Beautiful. Still don't know how I feel about the Dazzler. It's a good enchant, so I'll take that. Fatebreaker with Amp? Yeah, actually that's a good synergy. Because the Fatebreaker projectiles restore your ward. Amp goes off that, sure. Sure. Because I could go Amp Shield, Amp Hilt, that, and go for infrequent but powerful single shots. That works. Double reload speed. Nice. Volatile Universal Soldier with double status effect damage roll? Clawbringer power? Stone Swan, look at the status effect damage. Whew. Ha. If this was on a joint training, dude. Analysts can roll with gun damage. That is a thing exclusive to Universal Soldier. That's the only one that can do that. Blue Cake build? Yeah, Blue Cake Clawbringer build. Although I suppose the melee damage thing wouldn't benefit Blue Cake. What other launchers? We'll find a use for that. That's definitely a find. I'll be holding on to that. Gotta try to use that? Yeah, I gotta build around that. That's the kind of thing you gotta. That's a lot of status damage. With Clawbringer power, too. And Clawbringer power is all these things. I wonder if you could get the Wyvern to apply a pretty powerful dot. That sounds like that could be fun. Ghostblade spam to proc Universal Soldier to spam Blue Cake. Yeah, but Blue Cake's heat based, not mag based. I don't think Universal Soldier restores heat. Has anyone tested that? If so, thank you. Lightning Clawbringer Joint Training. Upgrade. This thing's crazy. 40% gun damage, Clawbringer power, status effect damage. Maybe I'm messing around with the Universal Soldier for a bit, honestly. That's so crazy. The stats on this thing. 40.6% gun damage. Like, do I just try that out for a bit? I suppose the melee damage thing would trigger from me throwing my hammer. This is the new one we got. I'd be trading the dark magic damage for lightning damage. I'd be losing a little Clawbringer power, but the lightning damage is going to boost my hammer. It's going to boost my rebuke. It's going to boost my storm smite. Some of my wyvern attacks. It's got mag size, could be useful. Which one do I try first, chat? Do I try the new joint training, or do I try the Universal Soldier? One problem I found with gun dots is inconsistency of applying them. In BO3 we had Violent Tapestry, here we don't. One possible avenue to counter that is Torque Rocket Stickies because more hits. True. We do have more status effect chance stuff, or at least we have it in more locations concurrently. Now Violent Tapestry was like one really good source of it, which probably can't be easily matched. But we have like the hilt mods. Caustic helps a little bit, right? There's some enchants for it, but probably still less than Violent Tapestry. Yeah. Stickies sound like a play. I suppose ×2 Blue Cake over ×1 for that. Joint Training can be procced by Hammer and Anvil Shield. I'm sorry, Universal Soldier. Right, Universal Soldier from Hammer and Anvil. Refill Torque Rocket Mag. Yeah, that could. It could. Soldier? Alright, we'll try Soldier first. Throw one more pull at this. I think we could start pulling shotguns now. So we got some good stuff in here. Let's start pulling shotguns. Those numbers scare me. Yeah. 69.3 on a volatile. That's only gonna go up. Now that's a double roll, keep in mind. I forgot you can get ×2 stovepipes. What's the highest projectile count you guys have seen on a magic barrel black powder? Because that could be a lot of DPS. It's 2 mag, 2 ammo per shot, 1.3 reload, that's still very spammable. And over 1600 card damage is high DPS. With the high crit chance here. 300 TDR. How about for black powder specifically? 2? Okay. If I find a chaotic one of these, I'll pick it up. And Encapsulator, these are great. It's highest damage on a Rain of Arrows, do we know? You can get anywhere from 5 to 8 projectiles on it, I believe, Sean. And then there's some damage variants in there. Like, I have a volatile ×6, and it's a little over 1,000 ×6, which is very high card DPS. Steel gauntlets, huh?
Think you can make it?
We'll do a featured with a little more casual. Maybe we hit the raid bosses on this one? Yeah.
Oh, you really thought you were going to win, didn't you? Can't we work this out till we all walk away? Preferably with me walking away rich.
Is volatile liquid cooling where you think have the best chance of getting it? Chaos Chamber Bunnies. Same as everything else. Chaos Chamber Bunnies. And no, you do not need a volatile. Volatile is not something you ever need in this game. At least not currently.
I see. If I'm here, then that means... Wait, what does that mean?
How are my dots doing? I've been paying close attention. Hard to find a better version of Summer Piece. Let me check. Is that 2 awe? All damage, ability crit chance, gun damage. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. CPU do I have? My relevant specs are I have the i7 7700K processor, 1070 GPU, and how much RAM do I have? 16 gigs of RAM? Yeah. I figured in case you wanted to know about the other parts as well. And there you go. Sure you're gonna play on the same PC? Yes. That's cool. Hammer throw to proc Universal Soldier, and then melee to deliver Echo to proc Universal Soldier, and that's pretty spicy. That's fun flow. Which portal do you usually choose? In the featured run, whatever is, like, closest to me, I honestly don't even look in the featured run if I'm trying to go fast. Although I'm not going fast right now. I always go for the crystals ones. Now, in the earlier parts of the run, there's a solid chance I grab extra curses instead to increase my yields from later rooms. But the one I go for least is the gear chest ones. Because you could just do that, or you could get crystals instead. Got gun reload, gun mag size, 2 separate items, got both of them in the next one. The right damage class power. Jealous. Glacial Cascade and Nimble Fingers 100% crit chance is real nice. Sounds like it. If you would hear me out, do a melee companion build with a Serpent Stick Clawgrave, you have no suggestion. I'm thinking. I'd probably go with that combo, Don. Yeah, I'd probably go with that. I can't think of another combo that would provide as much. Just in terms of kit. What got me?
Healing's up over here.
Oh yeah, it's a blue.
Thanks for coming. Oh, I'm not keeping you from something, am I? Of course not. I'm all you've got.
Fucking barrels. I was like, let me get this barrel out of the way, and the fog was still there. Like, fuck me, dude. No. .319 times 2 crossbow, stoker, pistol, melee damage boost. Oh, interesting, non-chaotic. Yeah, I found one of those that I want to test out because the card fire rate is very high, and with that many projectiles, you just barrel stuff with that many saw blades, you get one really big bonk for a couple seconds. Sounds like that could be worthwhile.
Got an easy mark over here.
Ooh, that was spicy.
What do you want?
So what if the play with this is Wyvern applied dots? Yeah, Wyvern's killing things. That's cool. Green? Sure. That's how that works. I'll stand inside and doing all three, and then let it touch me? Yeah, no. It's an escort mission. Actually, don't have a sniper, rocket launcher, my grave spore, to your build. Any recommendations? I really like the Drill's Fury for sniper. The Sawmill also has very high DPS potential. It can roll up to 4 projectiles as well, which is crazy. Skeet Prod is good sustained DPS. Carouser is a very powerful black powder sniper. Also very ammo efficient, just good gun. I've not used Envy yet, but I've heard okay things. This is Drill's Fury. Those are this.
Sorry, that was supposed to be a warning shot. Let the magic begin!
Wait. Wait. I love that meme. Good show, too, by the way. Babby mimics are fucking awful. They just decide to be immune sometimes. Ugh. Any tips for Berserker melee build against things resistance frost? Damage really drops off then. Diversify your available melee weapons so that you can match elements in those instances where it's necessary. So your enrage and your blast chill will fall off, but that's where your core weapon itself has got to be doing work. Wait, let me do this.
Next time, learn to pick an easier mark. Are both ready?
That's such a fun loop. Holy shit. That was so cool. Shoot 3 shots, throw hammer. Shoot 3 shots, bonk. Shoot 3 shots, throw hammer. That's so fun. I like that a lot. That's super cool. Problem. Testing just revealed bullet damage is an on-hit modifier, therefore it doesn't boost gun dots. Most instances of gun damage were recently changed to bullet damage. Ooh. That hurts that build archetype a lot, actually. That also might lock you into spell shot if you're doing gun dots. That's definitely a problem. Yeah, everything except for magic bullets, or yeah, it was magic bullets, right? Is now the kind that doesn't boost gun dots. That's awkward. Spell shot again wins. Yeah. Yikes. That is unfortunate. Loop, get memed. I'm venting my frustration about bullet damage change. Spell shot the melee character already. It's one of the characters that can melee.
You think you've got skills? It's Bard. His horse needs blood.
Well, that was about the time.
No, I wasn't paying attention to the attacks. That's my bad. I blocked the mortar shrimp. Out of ammo.
Ready to crack some skulls?
Yeah, that was a good showcase, by the way, chat. You don't know you can strafe the front flip and you can duck the side swipes. strafe that, so I was punished. Man, is that really my Wyvern dot hitting that hard? Crazy. Yeah, my Wyvern's doing big damage. Huh? I'm not even wearing the dot one. I'm just wearing the soldier. The Wyvern's just murdering Bark. I'll be the shotguns, they be good. They be good. Barkenstein's a Monster Hunter fight and FPS game and I love it. Yeah. Fantastic. I love Bark. I love all the bosses. Did not manage my ammo well there, which is why I had to shotgun Bark, but it was still enjoyable. Makes me want to do some sticky stuff. That's a sentence. Like... I don't have the mag size right now for multiple Luddite shots, but get enough mag that I could do 3 Luddite shots, and I do 2, throw a hammer to get 2 more. Yeah, that could be real good. That could be real good. This Universal Soldier was a hell of a find. Oh, I do have status effect damage. That is it, it'll work. Okay, yeah. I got confused. I was like, is that on the joint training? But no. This is good. What a find. I'll do one more, trying to go fast. It's a volatile magic barrage, 4.2k. I know they can go a lot higher on this type, but that's good. Taking that. Wait, I said I was gonna go shotguns. Right, addict. Sorry. G-Wizard, another G-Wizard, Saga, another G-Wizard. Alright. I heard you like G-Wizards. I don't. Sword Explosion, you're still awful. Stovepipes can have 1500 card damage. Interesting. And the 1500 does not exclude the 21% crit part. Also good info to have. Or the 21% crit parts. It's 2 crit parts. You may want an Echo Amp Twin Soul booster, little Amulet Shotgun loop. Yeah, I have one on my spell shot. I do have that. That would be worth moving over. I hope it's not bricked. Oh, that'd be awkward. Let's just get another one. Or not. Volatile Spellblade with Ancient. Sure. That's an item. Cool. Cool. Yeah, that Universal Soldier shit's real fun. I did not think that would be as enjoyable as it was. And there's ways to, like, get even more out of that. Something I did snag from someone else that's nice enough to provide. Triple amp wards are still a thing. You can get them in this game. You can grab a, let me find one. This. 20% ward for 100% gun damage. 20% ward is... You can get that back in 2 reloads on a spell shot. Obviously that doesn't go hand in hand with the Universal Soldier bit, but you could get that back pretty easily. Might be mine. Might be. Dot Amulet reminds me I got a Chaotic Lightning Clawbringer Amulet with double cooldown. I need more joint trainings. Like, I'm covered on Universal Soldier now, but my joint training game is lacking. 'Tis lacking. I suppose this Frost one is not helping my shotgun out at all. I know I said I was going to do a joint training run, but I want to do more. Oh, let's just try this. Let's try this.
Enter if you dare.
Never get the item you're going for, only good things of everything else. True, Pico. Very true. I got a hefty dot on me somehow. Where did the dot come from, chat? Who done did the dot? Wait. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. Yeah. So I just thought of something that'll annoy me whenever I do switch back to the Universal Soldier. That's 69%. Nice. Dot damage. That's gonna work on me too. Also, what does the Perceiver do besides being a gun? The Dahlia pistol, the Perceiver? What that thing about? Doesn't Perceiver regen mag? Does it? I have no idea. I'm asking. I used it for a grand total of like 10 seconds, so I do not know what the item does. Heard a cat sneeze. Spreadsheet says, chance on crit to regen ammo. Huh. I'll have to keep an eye out for a good Perceiver then. How you doing, Shadow Hunter?
Alright, Fruit's dead. Someone else can deal with the body then. Oh, thank the gods. A big target. I need to practice.
Morning, some old guy. How are you? Question? Hit me.
My stuff.
We're training so strong with Awe making us crit this much. Like, that 30% crit damage is going off. Good echo. When the world's bullet damage, so basically, in Borderlands 3, bullet damage was Guardian rank gun damage. That was damage that only applied to guns, but it was not the gun damage stat. So they had, in this game at launch, bullet damage and gun damage. They're effectively different categories of damage, so they multiplied each other. And it was kind of pretty mixed which one was which. But as of yesterday's update, yesterday's hotfix, they changed all sources of bullet damage, or they changed all sources of gun damage into bullet damage, except for Spell Shot's Magic Bullet skill. That is the only one they did not change. So, all gun damage is now bullet damage, which is Borderlands 3's Guardian rank gun damage, except for a single Spell Shot skill. This functions as a nerf to gun formula unless you are a Spell Shot. In which case your in-kit stuff got better, your gear might have gotten a little worse, but your character is now a larger portion of your gun's power on a Spell Shot. And everyone else lost a little bit of damage. Not noticeably so, honestly. But theoretical numbers did go down. I mean, changing the 8% damage, gun damage from Firebolt to be worse type makes Clawbringer unplayable. Clearly unplayable. Oh, fuck you.
See that?
That one is my enemy. Like, BL3, I still wanna... Yeah, so we were hoping that damage formula would be less complex in Wonderlands versus BL3. It ended up being more complex. Which, oh well, but at least game fun. Game fun, so I will suffer with a smile. And I will say, knowing BL3 did definitely put us in a position where we're better equipped to deal with these kinds of things. It's less uncharted territory, more just like, oh, it's that again. In a nutshell, it's the myth rank gun damage modifier. Yeah, they're all that damage type now. They're all that damage type now, except for that one spell shot skill. So, honestly, this is less confusing than it was before. Whereas, somewhat arbitrarily seemingly, they were divided between the two. And now they're all one, except for one thing. No, it's that again for the small group of people understand BL3 average player still goes with the fuck. So, look at it this way. Before the change yesterday, this gun damage on armor, see, this says gun damage. and this gun damage on ring, those were different stats. They're worded exactly the same. You are given no indication that they're different. Before yesterday, they were different stats. Now, they're the same stat, which is less complex. So instead of having like a 60-40 split of, hey, these things are in this pile, these are in that pile, now it's just one thing that's different, instead of like sometimes they're in this pile, sometimes they're in that one. So like now these are the same thing. So it's a good change. I just wish it had always worked that way. It's confusing to change it, but it's more simple now. Yeah, I'm glad that helps some old guy. Chaotic, roll blast chill. Move speed melee damage, but it's a deathless. I don't know if I want to play blast chill stuff on a deathless. I'll take it. Hey, chaotic rogue imp. I'll take that. Oh no, my inventory is full already. Just reconfuse the issue. So, it's two different stats, gun damage and bullet damage. Everything that says gun damage is now what we were referring to as bullet damage, except the one thing. So just look at it this way. Magic bullets is different. It's its own multiplier. But everything else that says gun damage is now the same stat. So it's just what the game tells you is gun damage is bullet damage, and then there's another thing that says gun damage that is gun damage, but functionally there's no difference. Other than bullet damage is calculated on hit, which affects, Stone Swan mentioned a little bit earlier, gun damage over time effects don't get the on-hit boosts, they get the on-shot boosts. But in terms of, in practicality, it's simpler now. The only place things got weird now is if you're trying to do a build where you're applying status effects from a gun. Only thing that's weird now. Term bullet damage is nowhere in the game itself. Right, and that's an instance of, like, BL3 stuff. Perhaps we should start calling bullet damage gun damage. Honestly, CZ, we should probably invert it. Just because, like, this conversation is going to happen a lot, and it's better we change it, you know, a day after they make this swap than decide to change it 2 years from now, you know? I think we should switch it now. I want one of these with more projectiles and like a higher mag. What's the highest mag size you guys have seen on this gun, by the way? The Circuitous Gyre? I still need to figure out how to pronounce that. What do you mean on shot, on hit? Are we talking about base listed damage versus after we apply modifiers? No, so different types of damage, this has been a Borderlands thing through all the games. Different types of damage are calculated at different times. For example, back to BL3. Gun damage is on shot, meaning you could, with, say, Zane's Violent Momentum, you could go super fast, fire your rocket, and then stop moving, and that rocket would keep your gun damage bonuses from whatever you were at with that Violent Momentum shot, because it's an on-shot modifier. But something like, say, the Guardian Angel gives you an on-hit bonus, which is why things like crit swapping and Guardian Angel swapping were a thing, because it checked what you have when the instance happens, not what you had when you generated the damage source.
My favorites are the big
So that's why crit swapping's always been a thing, because crit is an on-hit rather than an on-shot. Look it up, it's G like gyroscope. Cool. Gyre. Good to know. Thank you. Ooh, 12 projectile kettle drum. Sword Explosion is awful, and every time it drops, it offends me. In these games, there's always a drop that you're like, hey, why do you exist? For me, 'tis the Sword Explosion. I'm never happy to see it. Okay, so I gotta clean out my bank. How much do I have in my bank right now? I'm not looking forward to seeing that. Because I cleaned it out last night, moved some stuff to mules, left myself space for stream, and turns out I left myself just enough space. And I'm gonna have to make another mule. Yeah, 504 out of 510, fuck me. Ugh. You're saying if it was stronger, then maybe it'd be good? Yeah, I would have liked to have not seen the Sword Explosion come back at all. Personally, it's, like I've said, it's forgivable because it's thematic. But reusing items almost always puts them into this situation where they do not stack up against previous versions. Either they are more problematic, or they do not live up to it. And even in many instances when they are more problematic, people are saying they don't live up to it. Great example, Borderlands 3, the Unkempt Herald returned. After its buff, the Unkempt Herald absolutely takes a massive Arby's shit all over the BL2 Unkempt Herald. Like, they are completely incomparable. BL3 Unkempt Herald was gross. But you'll still have people being like, man, I wish it was as good as it was in Borderlands 2. Well, it was better. But the comparison falls apart because nostalgia goggles and many other factors. So just not bringing the item back at all stops people from doing that. Additionally, new ideas are good. Yo, Dame, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I guess we're going longer, chat. Thank you so much, Dame. Welcome in, raiders. If you guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff and colorful analogies, and all sorts of interesting things. Today we're doing some Clawbringer stuff, doing featured runs, trying to get fast times. I suppose I could do a couple more speedruns. The fastest run we got so far, the featured run today, was we got a 6:17, 6 minutes 17 seconds. So maybe we try to beat that. Farming for joint trainings has been miserable as well, but we got a really cool Universal Soldier drop. Let me flex this real quick. This is something we got on stream today. But those of you who are here before the raid, if you've not already dropped a follow on Dame, please do so. Fantastic content, good vibes, just good human being. Always like to point those people out when I can. So go drop a follow. What game is this? This is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. This is the latest Gearbox game. If you're familiar with Borderlands, it's in the same spirit as those. And it's a looter shooter. Lots of builds, lots of creativity, but the framing device is you are playing as a character who's playing a tabletop game. So it's fantasy, it's Dungeons and Dragons vibes. You got all sorts of cool wackiness. Is it nice? It's great. This is the new GTA. It is not Bluesbreaker. How you doing? Ludo and BL3 super strong. Yeah, it was good, but people weren't happy with it, even though it was good. My brother in Christ, the 25 stagecoach. Yep, Bandcamp, it is. Today was lovely, just trying to get some other characters leveled so I can get into builds. Yeah, I keep putting off my playthroughs. Because I just can't bring myself to stop playing Chaos Chamber. I think I have a problem, because I've been here in the Chaos Chamber when I was considering starting a playthrough on stream today, and that was almost 5 hours ago. I can't stop. Chaos Chamber too good. Go for 5 minute speedrun. Sub 6 would be an achievement. Let's see if I can pull it off.
Am I crazy, or is it really impressive that I killed this thing?
Ah, I forgot I swapped the mode already. What's my favorite Pokemon? That's a good question. Let me think about that one. I don't know if I have a favorite Pokemon. Because I just like so many of them. If you limit me to like a generation, I might be able to get an answer for you, Emily. I'm too indecisive. I can't answer questions like that. I was like Togepi. Togepi's cute. Gen 5? Conkeldurr. I like that one a lot. I like the theme. I love the moveset. It's just cool. Accidental item pickup. No, Witch Doctor, I'm not playing your game. Come on, Pigwar, get out here. Ah. Wrong enemy. Pigwar is hiding, and it's awkward, and this is a really slow Pigwar. Ugh. Ideally, you get him with Echo as soon as it's available. That was really slow. Unfortunate. Like Cyndaquil's full evolution. Typhlosion? The new Typhlosion variant looks pretty cool. I like that one. Who got me? It's gonna be a slow run. Spawn over here, please. Thank you. Oh, spawn over there. Thank you. Thinking. Does Barkenstein have a burst phase like the other two, or just little orbs when he attacks you? I'm trouble killing him with the other two or wait and burst. So Barkenstein's kind of just like a you play the long game type of deal. Contrary to what it sort of presents itself as, Barkenstein is just the patience fight. So like you can completely duck the sideswipe attacks. Like crouching just makes them miss you. Even if it's right up on you, you just crouch and it misses. And also the limit of popping the weak spots 3 times before, you know, it gets the enrage mechanic, kind of makes you play in cycles. So, Bark is like the patience one, I suppose. And it's definitely a rewarding feeling when you feel like you finally figured Bark out, and you're not just brute forcing. Because you can brute force them all with damage, even Gloop. It's just, Bark is the patience one. Divisive off-game question. Elden Ring. Team Wolves or Team Jellyfish? I'm just a casual Elden Ring watcher. I don't know. I didn't know this was a conflict. I'm scared now. Let's hope we got good mimics this time. Some of these mimics don't take gun damage, others do. So we seem to be okay so far. Okay, good mimics. I kind of don't like brute forcing raid bosses. I don't know why. I don't like brute forcing raid bosses either. I love that they added raid bosses with actual mechanics in this game. Because as much as Borderlands 2 is praised for having a wide variety of raid bosses, most of them, their mechanics were, hey, I stand there and Nova occasionally. You don't have to really do much. Just, like, know that I Nova. That's it. Whereas this game goes, hey, do my mechanics, or else. And I enjoy that immensely. Bit of a slow run, 724, but it's an okay one. It's an okay one. I like you can brute force if you really have the damage to do mechanics faster unless you're Garwood. That's not a Garwood thing, Rune. It's a brute forcing and you can do it type thing. There's not a Garwood modifier. He's just using the mechanics that allow him to do that, which exist in every game. Game once told me I'm top one to still feel good about that. Yeah, absolutely feel good about it. And make the Echo do so much damage. Echo is just a delivery of the damage you've done in the last 10 seconds. Anything you've done that isn't melee damage, in the last 10 seconds feeds into your Echo. So, I have a lot of status effects going, my Wyvern's doing a lot, I've got Hydra's out, and I'm killing things. Also, Storm Smite hits a lot of enemies around the map, so that stacks up Echo very well. So, yeah, just do a lot in 10 seconds, and then bonk. Does Echo account for companion damage? Yes, any damage you do. What do you mean when you say use Echo on the Goblin mini-boss? See this hilt modifier I have here? Echo? Melee attacks deal 10% of all non-melee damage dealt by the Fate Maker over the last 10 seconds as bonus damage and reset this bonus. Now, whether or not companions are included in that completely, that's up for debate. But companions trigger up certain other things, so they at least help in some way. That'll require more scientific testing. But anyway, just dealing damage to a bunch of things stacks up your Echo. So whenever you melee, if you have this hilt on, it checks to see what you did in the last 10 seconds, takes a tenth of that, and delivers it on that hit. So my Pigwort strat on this build is to get as much Echo as possible from killing all his friends, then as soon as he shows up, Echo him, and if you deliver enough damage in a single hit, the immune phases of Pigwort won't catch it. So you can potentially build up enough Echo to one-shot him, and then you won't have to deal with the immune phases. Echo's really nice. It is basically just Groundbreaker from Borderlands 3, the Guardian Rank perk, brought back and put on, you know, every melee weapon in the game that can have a hilt mod. And it's important to know that Echo has more value, in most cases, on non-melee setups, because it allows you more control over when you deliver it. And melee damage is the only type that doesn't feed into it. Payroll still take damage from status applied before it goes immune. That's another win for dot builds. That was just a harbinger. Okay. Let's do one with the Universal Soldier. And what do I take here? Dark Magic? Yeah. I have 10 million on me? Wow, I've been getting a lot of money today. It's like, this isn't from picking up and selling items. I just got 10 mil from playing. I suppose we're getting a lot from the Mimic Room. That's probably a big chunk of it. That'll be enough to grab a couple STUs. Love to see it.
Let's go out.
And I don't know why my shotgun is doing this, by the way. It doesn't always do this, and I would like to know how to stop it. So if someone knows how to get this effect off of my gun without save quitting, please let me know. Looks cool. It does look cool, but looking directly at it gives me a headache. That was smooth. So we're using the Universal Soldier's effect, which has a 30% chance to reload your mag when you deal melee damage. So we're dealing melee damage by throwing our hammer, which counts. We can also achieve that by swinging our fish, if necessary. That's like a last resort one. Get him, Wyvern. You can do it.
There's a chill in the air.
Favorite class? Probably Berserker. Berserker is a class you can just kind of slap on any playstyle in this game, and it will make it better. I've been playing a lot of Clawbringer the last few days, partially because Clawbringer is the class that people are very pessimistic about. It's the one that on the surface looks like it's missing some things, but the more theory crafting and time that go into Clawbringer, the more people have been able to squeeze out of it, and it can do some really unique things that I enjoy. So I've been playing a lot of Clawbringer lately. Wait, hang on, that's toxic. The way I just finished that, I just killed that last enemy by ricocheting off of a barrel. Cool. not have a good echo hit on Big Word there. That's fine. That was a better one. No, barrel! No! I've been barreled. I've been barreled. Hey, Midweek Soul. So are purple black powder shotguns good again? They've been good the entirety of this game. Black powder shotguns have been good. They did get a large buff, but they were already good. So, just like how they were good in Borderlands 3, and are still good in Borderlands 3, they're good again this time. Oh, I puddled myself.
To me, you're just loot waiting to be dropped. Oh, you really thought you were going to win, didn't you?
Looks like the storm cleared up a little bit. That's nice. Anything I should look out for in farming them, or just high pellet count like normal? Yeah, high pellet count like normal. Can still get up to 25, as with last time. 16 plus I'd consider to be a pretty good point to be in. 16 plus. Mod check enemies. Yep. Chaotic Twin Soul with Echo and Amp, also Dark Magic, okay game. Nice. My Echo Amp one is non-chaotic fire. I'd like one with like a serviceable element. I mean, I think maybe I still want Poison, just so it's an extra dot type that I can apply that I otherwise don't have a way to. I think Poison is still the play. That's why Fish works out so nicely on this build. Stupid Mimic. I'm not gonna think you're a chest. Do companion damage boosts apply to Snake Stick? I believe Snake Stick Hydra's gets companion melee, they might get spell. I know they get companion in melee. the Hydras. The melee itself, I don't think gets companion damage, but makes it better. So, because I'm critting with all of my dots and my wyvern and all that, my liquid cooling doesn't even heat up when I'm not hitting things. Like, it just... look at my heat. That's what Clawbringer can do. That is the power of Claw. And yeah, I was confirming that Universal Soldier does not give you heat back.
That's how it's done.
Hey, Samurai's Curse. Welcome in. Spell damage, spell crit chance. Graveborn spell shot. It's trying. Why couldn't it be spell shot Graveborn? I'll take it. It's trying. Hey, ×3 sawmill, but of course it's not chaotic. Pain, suffering. Everything is awful. Alright, more amulets. I was gonna stop hitting the amulet bunny, but I can't. I need the good joint training. I needs it, and I wants it. I require it in my life. Nope. Poison damage, spell shot power, pain. Alright chat, Lil Sturmer's room, then I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, if I was going to lean into this kettle drum more, I definitely want that Echo Amp Twin Soul. I could probably stand to switch from... these enchants still help everything else I'm doing, though. Probably still these enchants. How else would I squeeze more damage out? Anything else in skill tree I'm leaving on the table? I suppose not Graveborn would be impactful. But I do have the shotgun crit here, that's nice for that. More shotgun stuff here. Yeah, but I get good mileage out of the kettle drum here. I like that. Let's do another one with joint training. Frost Graveborn? No. I think the Dark Magic Clawbringer one is still best bet, because Clawbringer power is boosting our Hammer Throw, our Capstone, our Wyvern, whereas Graveborn power only gives us more Blast Gasp. Our Hydras are not a majority of our damage. Our Demi-Lich is not a majority of our damage, so it's really only Blast Gasp power. So I don't even really like having Graveborn power here, it's just I need that to get Blast Gasp. And it happens to also have Clawbringer power.
This is a bloody detailed map. Now that I look at it, how the hells did they chart all this?
That's too Bedlam. I've heard you can get ×4 Skulldugger launchers. I've not seen those yet. I've seen ×4 Torgs. I've not seen ×4 Skullduggers yet. I think it was you, Asa, who mentioned it, right? If you're still here. Yeah, I've not seen any other ones. Okay. Still good info to have. Just that one blue? Hmm. And it was a non-unique, right? Hey, Frag Trap.
Hogger's Qua.
Hogger's Qua. Thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing great. $930 something ×4 on Catapult. Okay. Good info. Oh, I don't want to do that. Stupid jump pad. Time loss. My time. Alright, doing great, Frag Trap. Enjoying featured runs. Chaos Chamber just has so much that I love in terms of an endgame experience, and it's endlessly replayable for me. It's exactly what I want. So I'm just enjoying that. Fast room. Huh, I somehow had no echo for fixing there. Maybe because I missed. playing on Chaos 3, too much IRL stuff, probably focus on the game or other fun things. Hey, you got time. The game's not going anywhere. You take care of you first. I hope the IRL stuff is treating you as fairly as possible. Yeah, a game will definitely still be here. I'm looking to get a few years out of this game, so I'm in no rush. I also have no self-control, and I'm fortunate enough to do this for a living. So, I'm going full steam, but take your time. I may have chosen poorly on modifiers. Because this is very inconvenient. Just being slowed constantly. So far, one of my favorite Land's Experience. I'm enjoying it even more than BL2, which is my favorite game of all time. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking it. Glad you're liking it. First, but I should take that, but I don't have inventory space. And we're trying to go fast. Yeah, definitely gotta check my lost loot after I clean up my bank. I will definitely have lost a few items worth keeping, but the price of speed. I went down going through the portal. Huh. 7-Eleven. Not bad. Not a bad time. Not any of my sub-7s from today. But it's not bad considering how awful a couple of those rooms went. What did I pick up? What was this? Frost conversion. Movement speed, all damage dealt, melee crit chance. Claw spell. Which skill is that giving? Oh, that's radiance. Ew, that's radiance. It's giving radiance. Why are you giving that? You could have been such a good class mod. Wait, is that even the combo? It's spelled primary, claw secondary that gives awe, right? That could have been really good. That's unfortunate. Ugh. What are you? That was just a Harbinger. I don't need that. I don't really need that one either. And where was that armor? Is it worth doing all the side objectives in the Chaos Chamber? You get more crystals. As long as it's not too annoying for you personally and it doesn't take you too much time, it is more efficient if you're running for gear to do as many of those bonus objectives as you can. But some of them I don't bother with. Like Sacred Ground, against some enemy types like Iclops, it's just not enjoyable, so I don't bother. Finishing with melee damage is sometimes more trouble than it's worth, so I don't often bother with that one either. See, this one, this is Selective Amnesia with 2 points in Awe, which is crazy, but the passives aren't great. Companion crit chance and companion damage with spell damage. Like, I'll keep it because it rolled points in Awe, but, Let's roll armors. Not done that today. Time to suffer. Claw spell shot. Instead of spell shot claw. Bad passives though. I'll forgive it. Forward Blast Gasp on a Smart Armor. Kinda weird combo. Because Blast Gasp can't crit, but the thing that feeds into it can. But bad passes. It's unfortunate. Farm for a Body Rune right now because I want more survivability in this character. I love Body Rune. It's just one of those things you could slap a Body Rune on like any build and just make it better. It's so nice. Which loot progression system is better in your opinion? Man levels from BO3 or chaotic volatile variants from Wonderlands? This version, without a doubt. No contest.
Is it possible I'm too good? Of course not.
Selective Amnesia with 1 point in Blast Gasp. No. Because having to refarm items for every single difficulty level you go up is awful. It's a mistake Borderlands 2 made and detracted from the entire experience for many people, myself included. And then BL3 just went and did the same thing post-launch, which was very disappointing. I'm glad the Wonderlands is not following that model. Now, hopefully, they keep content difficulty and progression in a favorable relationship with further Chaos tiers. So that feeling is maintained, that you don't have to regrind all the time. It's just helpful every few progression levels to go back and do that. Like, for example, you don't need any chaotic items for progression up to Chaos 20. You could just vibe and, you know, use what you get and you're fine. Then on Chaos 20, you might find that, hey, maybe I want this item as a chaotic. And it's not too hard to get. You can go do that, and it's fine, and that'll stick with you for a while. Volatile is not something you need to go out and refarm for, and I hope they keep it that way, where the highest tier is just something you can do, but you don't need. I hope it stays that way. But yeah, so I think this is a good stopping point. Storm Smite really isn't as exciting as I hoped. Maybe I'm just building it wrong. It's been enjoyable for me so far. You might need more ability damage, maybe, or bonus elements. But it's been fun and mobbing for me. I like it a lot. Anyway, I should call it here. I'm running a little bit over time. I'm trying to get closer to a normal stream schedule, but I've been starting early and ending late, and I should really only do one of those things a day. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. If you haven't dropped a follow already, I'm Quag. I stream 6 days a week, sometimes 7, but you know, I'm trying to keep it to 6. Self-control. I play too much Wonderlands. I kind of built my channel on playing Borderlands 3, so I did a lot of stuff in that game as well. But I play lots of build-based games, looters, that kind of stuff. And we got a Discord. Oh no, Felicia. I guess I subconsciously knew you were here. We got a Discord. Lots of Wonderlands resources, theory crafting discussion, looking for group channel, community saves channel. Cool stuff in there. Follow me on Twitter, helps me grow. We have a VODs channel if you want to catch up on past streams. But thank you guys. Let's find someone to raid. Tomorrow is Sunday, so I don't normally stream Sundays. But we'll see. The Attack on Titan season ended, so like I have more time on Sundays now.
Place to bury my loot is.
So
Like a squirrel with
we'll see what happens. Tess is on. We haven't raided Tess in a while. Well, let's raid Tess. Let's raid Tess. Hopefully she hasn't been streaming for too long. Let's actually check first. Oh no, she's AFK right now. Okay, I'm glad I checked. I'm glad I checked. I have a bad habit of raiding people at the worst possible times. Let's go to Lazy then. He's here. He's here. He's at his keyboard, right? He is. Is he? Is he AFK? Okay, no, he's here. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Dame for the raid. Thank you to Pirek for the raid. Welcome in all new people. I hope to see all of you next time. And it's been a pleasure. Wonderland's launch has been so much hype, and it's been very cool being a part of the creator team and doing all the cool stuff associated with that. And I wouldn't have had that opportunity if not for you guys. So I know I like to babble about gratitude at the end of every stream, but it is important to me that you guys know that I appreciate you and your support. So raid message will be
my stuff.
Let's see. Copy that. Allbringer Quag Cozy. Hey Karma, I'm just ending right now. But I'm doing great. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. But copy that. That'll be a raid message. Glad to catch you before I had to bounce. It's always good to see you. I'm glad you're stopping by. And you've been doing cool stuff. And I'm glad to see you getting coverage and attention for that. It's deserved. But I'll catch you guys over in Lazy's. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend. I will next be live on Monday unless I decide to hit go live in the morning tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Bye.
Wagon.